All right. What's going on in the world today? Nothing good. Moment I look at chat, literally the exact moment I look at chat, there's some kind of emergency incident going down at the DNC HQ right now. Really? Really, really, really? Yes? Oh, well, thank you for the confirmation. An incident happened. Well, that's specific. Did Biden get cancer again? What are we talking about here? DC DNC headquarters. Stage 10 cancer this time? Very concerning. Rumor is just a bomb threat. Not much more is known. Um, that seems likely. It seems like the kind of day that there would be a bomb threat at the DNC headquarters over in DC. You know? Oh, God. Excuse me. Had one at my university the other day. At least it wasn't a shooting. Well, we don't know what this refers to, so we'll come back to this in a second. No more Umineko. In the meantime, the search for the shooter is ongoing. And despite the incredible incompetence of the FBI, headed by Kash Patel, who announced they had the shooter in custody and then sheepishly announced less than an hour later that they had released the person who was not the shooter, they have found a piece of evidence, we assume. An older model Mauser 3006 caliber high-powered bolt-action rifle was recovered in a wooded area just off the college campus where Charlie Kirk was shot, according to 3 federal law enforcement officials based on preliminary internal assessment. Several cartridges, including a spent round in the rifle's chamber, were recovered. The weapon and ammunition are being traced by ATF analysts in West Virginia, but the evidence has not yet led to a person of interest. So, almost immediately, the Wall Street Journal went with this slop. In the Wall Street Journal live thread, investigators found ammunition engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the rifle that authorities believe was used in the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk, according to a person according to an internal law enforcement bulletin and a person familiar with the investigation. However, in the New York Times live thread, shortly thereafter, if I can find this quickly, according to a preliminary internal report expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology, but a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by ATF analysts, did not match other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. So it seems likely at this moment that they found a bolt-action rifle, and then some overeager like chud dipshit at the scene was like, dude, this is like a trans bullet. This is a fucking trans bullet, dude. And one of the people there like leaked that to sympathetic press. But that has not been confirmed by the by anyone in power. It's pronounced 30-06. I have nothing to prove. I'm in my 30s. I'm Unk. I have nothing to prove to you people. In fast-moving investigations, such status reports are not made public because they often contain a mixture of accurate and inaccurate information. Wow. Good stuff. So yeah, right now, our person of interest. Oh, Charlie Kirk is getting a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom, which might as well be made out of tin. They're handing it out, as in gift bags these days. But we have a new person of interest, and they look spooky. Very transgender, very woke. The FBI on Thursday released 2 images of a person the agency is seeking in the investigation into the killing of the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, an indication that efforts to identify the person through facial recognition technology did not work, and the officials now need the public's help. Fascinating. The grainy images of what the FBI is describing as a person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk show a man in a baseball cap, dark sunglasses, black long-sleeve shirt with an image on it that appear to include, in part, a picture of the American flag. And a backpack? Looks like there are backpack straps right here. So, you know, that as well. A second image appears to show the same person walking along the wall. In one of the photographs, the person appears to be walking up a stairwell. The police said earlier they had video of a person they were seeking who had walked up a stairwell to a rooftop from where the gunshot was fired. I will say, though, I remember in the video of the shooting, afterwards, when you see a person scampering atop the roof, he has a black mask on. So, must have put a mask on, taken it off. This might not even be the right guy. This is just an identified person of interest by the FBI. They don't have any other evidence on him. We don't know why he's a person of interest beyond the fact that he looks like, you know, this. Despite he's dressed up in school shooter core. The FBI says they have additional footage that is not public yet. Yeah, and you know what? The New York City Police Department said they had concrete evidence proving Luigi Mangioni's guilt in the case, which they then never released to the public. Eric Adams bragged to the press saying they had him dead to rights, and the evidence has never been released. We still have no real evidence that Luigi Mangione was the culprit. So when the FBI presents their evidence, we can take a look at it. They might have just found, like, a spooky-looking chud, you know? Eyeing a hunting rifle. I wonder if the hunting rifle they found, the Mauser, can that be broken down? Again, we're talking about the need to, like, very quickly assemble and then disassemble a rifle. And no matter how good you are at doing it, like, it takes a little while, you know? I don't know how quickly you could break down a Mauser. I'm not familiar. I'm sure there's a way you can do it quickly if you're, like, super practiced. It's just kind of interesting, you know? Aren't older guns harder to break down? Well, it varies. I mean, they're not, like, the older rifles don't have, like, a collapsible frame that you can stuff into a backpack, you know? You can, like, deconstruct the firearm. But that takes time. And after you've pulled off, like, a high-profile political assassination, you don't really have, like, 15 seconds to sit there on the roof, like, finagling. You've got to fucking bolt right after, right? Didn't they also find a screwdriver? I haven't heard that, but it would make sense. New York Post posted a picture of the gun, not sure if it's real. I'm not sure if I would trust them. On account of them being, you know, the New York Post. Yeah, it's the rifle that they found is like the image you have in your mind of a classic hunting rifle. Like it's literally the hunting rifle. I don't know how quickly you can break one of these down, but even like, yeah, even if you've taken the barrel off, like even if you've separated the stock from the barrel, you still have, like, what is this, like 2 feet, 2.5 feet? Like it's a pretty big gun. It's a hunting rifle, you know? They're not meant to be compacted. Like, have you seen a hunter walking through the forest with the rifle, like, on a sling around their shoulder? The rifle goes from like the barrel is where their neck is, and then the butt of the stock is, like, down to their leg. They're really long guns. And based on these, again, I'm just mildly speculating. I'm not fucking CSI, whatever. It looks like this guy's wearing, like, a little backpack. I don't think there's any way you could disassemble that rifle and have it fit here. Just thinking. They might have just they might have just, like, found a spooky looking guy, or he might have had the rifle stashed somewhere beforehand, you know? I'm sure there are, if you, like, know the location really well, there are probably a bunch of places where you could stash a rifle and be reasonably sure it wouldn't be found until later in the day, or, like, the next day or something. There is a million possibilities when it comes to like a high, a well-planned assassination. You know, you have no idea. You can file through 3/4 of the stock, sure, but if they had found that, they probably would have said that, right? Like if the ATF or FBI had found a rifle that had clearly been modified to fit into a backpack, they probably would have included that in the description. Especially if they're being so frivolous with information that, like, an initial, possibly inaccurate report would have said there was transgender ideology scrawled inside the bullet. The shot was really hard to make. An older gun would make it nearly impossible. That's not true. Long rifles have been accurate for, like, a very long time. You can use an old bolt-action rifle to pull off, you know, sick, nasty 360, no scope, so on and so forth, for quite a long time. Basically, ever since we developed rifling and modern ammunition, we've had it pretty much... We've had it pretty much, you know, down. Ask JFK how accurate old rifles are, lol. Well, in fairness, JFK was assassinated from a much closer distance than this. A hunting rifle found in the woods. I wonder if there's a possibility this is like a completely unrelated rifle. I heard that apparently the FBI had gotten a palm print off of the rifle, that they had they got like some forensic information. If this was an extremely well-planned assassination, I feel like it seems odd to me that the assassin would leave their gun out. Like, they have to know you can get a palm print, not just a fingerprint, right? Like, you know, I feel like, yeah, plus a shoe print, because then if you find shoe prints next to the gun, now they're looking for the boot print, you know? I feel like the clean play there would be to destroy the gun completely, or to have it be a gun that you already own, and then if you're ever questioned, you're like, yeah, that's my rifle, I've had it for like 16 years, what do you want? Yeah, my fingerprints are on it, no shit. Recently spent cartridges? Yeah, I go to the range every week, what do you want? You know, like at that point, it's pretty much impossible to you know, because they could do that bullet analysis thing, but I don't really know how that works. Trans palm print. Yeah, they determined the shooter was trans from the palm print because they found that the overly long sleeve of a sweater was covering up the bottom third of the palm against the butt of the rifle. They were like, fuck, this palm print begins only like 2 inches up from where the wrist starts. It has to be... Wait, seriously? No, I'm joking. Also, you can get a collapsible stock for a Mauser 18. Yeah, I just feel like they would have mentioned that in the press release. Again, because they're being pretty loose with information here. To mention that they have a palm print and to... Like, in a, you know, high-intensity investigation, you want to limit the amount of information that you release, you know? Because you're, the more information you release, the more information you give to the assassin. You let them know, like, what avenues have been closed off. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. I'm just speculating, you know? I'm just speculating. I have no clue. I'm not an investigator. Every gun is slightly different rifling. Yeah, you can trace a bullet back to its gun. Sometimes my understanding is that that's not like a super reliable process. You could also like switch out the barrel of a gun. Or like alternatively, you know, you could have just fired so many rounds through a gun that there are subtle changes in the rifling of the barrel that it's difficult to ascertain. After all, the rifling of a barrel is like over time slightly altered just by, you know, a bunch of bullets being fired. That takes a lot of shots, though. Yeah, I guess that's true. That would take a while. Unlikely to change in a day. How well could you, with a big bullet like that, it probably went straight through Charlie and then, like, exploded against a wall behind him, right? I guess it also depends on how well, like, how intact the bullet is. If you fire a bullet directly into a concrete wall, it's probably pretty difficult to get, like, the perfect rifling grooves on it. Whereas if you fire, like, a handgun into a person and the bullet stays in them, the rifling's pretty well preserved. Not sure I'd even speculate. I'm just trying to think about this stuff because, like, I'm wondering what avenues. Look, they have to find a culprit, okay? Politically, there is no way this administration is going to let this fly. They're not even going to try to, like, they can't even go with, like, a Luigi Mangione. We'll find a guy to pin it on or whatever. They need something here. They will find someone. So I'm openly speculating, again, with personally no real knowledge of how these investigations are conducted. The only thing that I know for absolute sure is that even if I don't know shit, neither does Kash Patel. So even if I might not stack up against the average FBI investigator, I know at least as much about forensic investigation as the current head of the FBI. I know that for a fact. So in that battle of wits, like, we're on the level, you know? A news conference with the FBI and Utah police officials was just canceled about 20 minutes after it had been scheduled because of rapid developments in the investigation, according to Hillary Kolner, a spokeswoman for the Utah Department of Public Safety. She said the news conference will be held later today. Interesting. I wonder if it's because right now the information the FBI has is really embarrassing. Like, if all they have is they found a gun in the woods that may or may not be the shooter's gun. I don't know. This is like a statewide manhunt. Like, there are, no exaggeration, thousands of officers across Utah and potentially across the country that have been mobilized to find this. This is like the highest priority manhunt outside of like a presidential assassination. And not having anything, you know? Probably easy to vanish into the wilds of Utah. I don't know if you're joking, but it is a pretty wide open state. It's also a state with a very high rate of gun ownership, so it's going to be difficult to, like, you're tripping over guns out there. Clearer image of the design on the shirt. That looks about right to me. It could be this is like a leftist who's going in with their chud disguise, right? Like, a ton of the people here are Charlie Kirk supporters, so it's possible they just put on their chud disguise. I will admit that the phrenology, like, I'm busting out my calipers, the phrenology of this individual does lean towards Groyper. That is like the vibe that I'm getting off of this. Um I am I you know I am I that is my immediate impression. Soy Boy or Groyper? No, because, like, I like, not to inflame, again, not to, like, bust out my high level knowledge of phrenology. I'm not trying to, like, mog you guys or whatever, but there are clear, like, cheekbone differences and fat distribution differences. I don't know. I feel like they don't make soy boys like this anymore, you know? For one, there'd be more facial hair, and for two, they'd be a little bit pudgier, I think. I'm just speculating. Are we even sure this is the shooter? Nope. No clue at all. Absolutely no idea. We have no idea who the shooter is or what their motivations are. There are a wide range of potentially crazy. Odds are it's still like a leftist, because let's not be dumb. I know that every time this happens, it turns out the perpetrator is like a crazy, like, even more right wing guy. But, like, it's pretty reasonable, I think, at least to operate off of the assumption that it's more likely than not that it was a left-leaning person. But it could be anyone, man. Maybe it's a crazy fucking, like, former IDF guy, I don't know, who thinks that Charlie isn't pro-Israel enough. Who the fuck knows? Radical centrist. I mean, the funniest possible outcome would be that it's like a totally personal beef, right? Like, that's how it was with Shinzo Abe. Shinzo Abe wasn't killed by some, like, principled political activist. Shinzo Abe was assassinated by a person who was upset that his mother had all of her money fleeced out by the cult that Abe was associated with. Like, at the end of the day, personal beefs usually are the reason why people do this, not like, yeah, Charlie might have fucked this guy's wife. Crazy to think about, but, like, that's a possibility that we need to be ready for. Don't care, Angry Lame Duck. The funniest possible outcome is that it was a Swiftie who didn't like his remarks after her engagement. Ooh. This is like a 10 times Irator ticket wielder right here. That's not an impossibility. You might be completely correct. This is somebody hyped up off the energy of the engagement, you know? I think we're starting to put this, that we're putting 2 and 2 together a little bit here, huh? Finally. Put VGG in charge of the FBI. Fuck Kash Patel. Can my phone charge? Is that legal in this country anymore? There we go. Jesus Christ. Like, the older a charging cable gets, the more you have to force fuck your iPhone's charging port to get it to do anything. Clean your lightning port? I did recently, but yeah, I guess I could again. He also clearly blames Charlie for the Ticketmaster prices. Somebody told a dedicated Swiftie that Republicans were, like, opposed to, you know, Ticketmaster reform. And he was like, holy shit, I need to do something about this. Fuck. Well, we'll see how the press conference goes down when it actually releases. But right now, I think that most people would agree. I guess based on how this is played out, I think that most people are probably feeling that this is a huge embarrassment so far for the FBI. And to a lesser extent for Utah police, but that's not really their fault. Utah police, you know, aren't really like the people you look to when we're talking about a statewide manhunt. You know, we're talking the FBI. Kash Patel, you guys saw Kash Patel the other day, right? On his Twitter, where he was like, we have somebody in custody, the subject who we believe committed the shooting. He said subject, not suspect, and not person of interest. He said subject, which is a different word. And then less than an hour later, he said, we've released them, it wasn't them. This is their third, like, ambiguous person of interest. He seems comically inept. I mean, in fairness, it is true that, like, he has literally no qualifications for being head of the FBI. Kash Patel has literally zero. Like, he's as qualified as anyone watching this right now, and that's not an exaggeration. What is this special agent? This information's outdated. It's a few years, or a few hours old. Good luck.
Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners.
The fact that the FBI have opened a tip line is pretty much the dead giveaway, right? If the police open a tip line, that's their indication to, like, we can't do this, you need to do this, we need help. Like, they're literally asking for help. I don't think it's bad for police to do that, you know? It's not like normally tip lines can often be really, really helpful, but this is like an extremely high-profile assassination conducted in broad daylight with a huge crowd present, and they slipped right through the fingers of the FBI. So it's like it's not something they want to open tips up for.
We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression.
Didn't the shooter also kill other people? No, the shooter only killed Charlie Kirk.
A palm print and forearm imprints for analysis.
Yeah, this makes me wonder really if it is the gun, because again, like, to get away with it, to make it off scene with no one catching you, and then to leave your gun, which is just packed with potential information. It tells them exactly what you could have been holding, what the dimensions of what you were holding were. It gives them like potentially a palm print, foreign print, boot print. It gives them footprints that definitely places you at a certain point. They can like date how long it's been based on a bunch of like environmental information, moisture on the weapon, fallen leaf. Like there's a million things you can do once you give them any definite piece of evidence, you know?
Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to
Never forget the Trump administration operates on headlines and spectacle. The FBI is under a lot of pressure to release something that's not necessarily accurate. Yes. Treat everything they give you with a grain of salt. Do not forget that up until like a contrary information was provided, there was a tentative report saying that a shell casing had statements of transgender and anti-fascist ideology engraved on it. Like, and then, because I know a lot of people start pouring into the stream, but a senior law and enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by ATF analysts, did not match any other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. But the Wall Street Journal ran with it anyway. Trust me, the news media is complicit. They are on the side of the Trump administration. We've seen this time and time and time again. And there is definitely pressure that is going to be placed not only on the FBI to release any information, true or otherwise, but for the media to play along with it. Have they found casings? My understanding is that they have found a bolt-action rifle, a Mauser 30-06. Sorry, a nerd in chat said I have to say "aught" instead of "o." And that it had casings, including one fired one, or it had a fired shell, and then bullets in it. But we'll see. We'll see more about that. We'll see.
Uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment.
It could genuinely be a hunting rifle that was left there. Like, Mausers are not expensive. Hunting rifles are not expensive weapons. They're actually like Europeans in chat would shock to find like they're shockingly inexpensive. What's a Mauser? Like $300, $400, $500? Genuine question. What are they? They're like one of the most produced guns. They're insanely cheap. They used to come in cereal boxes. In Utah, they still do. I heard it was imported, so it might actually be expensive. Where did you hear the rifle was imported from? A Mauser? Why would you... What, like they bought it online rather than just going to any hunting store in the country and buying one?
Is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community.
Thoughts on the theory Trump did this because Charlie called for the release of the Epstein files? I think that's respectfully completely retarded. And I think that people's brains are like melting out of their ears. I think that's so insane. 50 billion trillion people have called for the release of the Epstein files. Also, Charlie Kirk is a massive Trump sycophant. You really think that he would murk one of his top fucking guys and one of his most active propagandists for that? Come on. That's absolute. It's just completely insane. Okay.
If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them.
I think chat's getting confused and thinking this is a literal historical Mauser rifle produced in Germany and not just a gun referred to as a Mauser because that's a Mauser action. Yeah, they still make this gun, guys. This is like a very common type of hunting rifle. The gun that they found, they're still making this shit. It's like a super reliable, like you can, again, go to any hunting store in America, like any big Wade's or whatever the fuck, you go in there, they have these. They have this gun there. It's very, very common. Go to a Walmart.
To our digital media tip website at www.dmmedia.com. fbi.gov/
Anyway, the point that I was making is that like the fact that the gun is extremely widespread and extremely cheap means that it's possible that the gun they found was literally just left there. That's the point that I was making, that it's weird for somebody to get away with an assassination and then leave a bunch of evidence at a scene, rather than just like destroying or otherwise like incorporating the firearm. So it makes me wonder if it's just like a random, like they might trace that palm and elbow and boot print to like I don't know, a hunter who went out there the other day and then had to take a nasty shit and then had to run home because there was no wipes or whatever. Like it could be anything, you know? We'll have to see.
Utah Valley shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant.
Yeah. We'll see what information comes out when they do their upcoming press release. But right now, that press release, that press conference is delayed. So we'll see. One second, I have to pitch that to the editors, then we continue. We need a cool title, V-Man. I think the title of the stream accurately describes its content, you know? Oh my god, the fucking Windows update put Microsoft Edge at the very front of my taskbar. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're not him. Jesus Christ. You're not him and you never will be him. Get the fuck away. Edge's ass? Dude, I don't even know if Edge is ass. All I know is that its behavior gives me the ick. Edge is like the where's my hug at guy at the party. What the fuck? Every fucking time, man. Oh, it's now your default search engine. Oh, you want to open a PDF image that you fucking downloaded to do like a transparent token for your D&D campaign? You double-clicked in it? All right, guess what, fucko? That shit's opening in Edge. Like, what? Fuck off. You know that I'm using Chrome. Jesus Christ. Uninstall it? It just reinstalled it. All right, well, going on in the world today. An MSNBC analyst was fired because he accurately reported the fact that Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. The media is so captured by the right wing that it is the entirety of right wing media was dancing over the corpses of the Minnesota legislator who was killed, and his wife, even at MSNBC, this is all it takes. Dowd said the slain activist's words may have fueled the violence that claimed his life, sparking backlash. Literally, all he said is that this unrepentant, hate-mongering piece of shit, who delighted in, propagating violence on others and encouraging it, might have contributed to the political culture that led to his own death. This is factually correct. This guy was the chief strategist for the Bush-Cheney 2004 presidential campaign, by the way. Jesus, how far the Overton window has shifted to the right. Did Israel do this to help Cuomo defeat Iran? That's the only possible explanation. I agree completely. Yes. He even apologized. My thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. On an earlier episode of MSNBC, I was asked a question on the environment we're in. I apologize for my tone and words. Super fucking cucked. Vosh, the Minnesota legislator, was the woman, not the man. Oh, okay, sorry, my apologies. I just heard, like, I thought in my head politician. I assumed it had to be a man because of, like, you know, like the rationality thing and stuff. Jesus Christ. MSNBC's president, Rebecca Cutler, described Dowd's comments as, quote, inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable in a statement posted to social media.
We need the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in. That
he got fired for this. He got fired for this. Go look at anything Jesse Waters has said any time in the past, like, decade, and remember, he's kept his job. He's wealthy. This guy got fired. MSNBC is supposed to be like the left-wing Fox News.
People just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Jesus Christ. Republican pundits call for, like, civil war and mass, like, Democrat lynchings every time an old racist serial mascot updates their public image to be less of a caricature. And meanwhile, like, you can't even say, hey, I think that maybe, like, the unrepentant violence and hate mongers might have contributed a bit to the hatred and violence, like, without getting fired. It's fucking insane, man. How is that even a political statement? He legit just described a cause and effect without judgment. Dude, Trump didn't even attend the fucking funerals for the Minnesota legislators. He said it'd be a waste of time to even call to ask about them. No flags at half-mast. It's just, it's like eye-watering, the fucking hypocrisy. Like, I'm not a big hypocrisy poster because, like, I don't really think you can own a fascist on hypocrisy. They know they're lying and getting away with it. If you point out a fascist as being hypocritical, they'll smile at you because they're like, yeah. It's like arguing with a bratty older sibling where you point out the rules are bent in their favor and, like, they don't fucking care. They're happy about it, you know? Like, you're not gonna win in an argument with them by pointing out that they're already winning. But, like, fuck, is no one, like, tired of it? It's also, like, really indicative of the disconnect between the left as an institution, by which I mean the Democrats, MSNBC, whatever the fuck, you know, to whatever extent they are left, and, like, the average Democrat voter, none of whom seem to, like, give a shit about Charlie Kirk because he was fucking evil. Again, my statement on this remains consistent. This is all in large part due to Merrick Garland. We have fostered an environment of un-American treasonous lawlessness. And the moment January 6th became something free of consequence, the starting gun was fired, the doors were opened, you can get away with fucking anything. Anything now. It doesn't matter. You can be fucking neo-Nazi public figure. You can be Stephen Miller. You can call your enemies degenerates and rats. You can talk about Jews owning the media, which Charlie Kirk did, by the way. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It does not matter anymore. We had the chance to affirm the law and order, and we chose not to. JB Pritzker pointed this out. Well, good thing he's not employed by fucking MSNBC. Muted? No sound? Wait, how is no sound coming out for you guys? That's weird. I don't have my desktop audio muted. Wait, that's actually very strange. Twitter, I'm hearing it, and I don't have desktop audio muted. Whispering audio? Is this like an actual computer glitch? Uh-huh. Wait, does this audio work?
I need the full.
Yeah, I can see it on the waveform. Wait, this sounds just the same to me as this. In both cases, Twitter is not muted, and desktop audio is not muted on OBS. I have no idea why this audio isn't playing. Like, I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. This is a new type of issue. Refresh? Nope, it's still not showing on the waveform. Maybe like a little bit of bump? Like a little bit of like a little bit of bumping, I'll copy the tab, maybe open it in a different window. No, it's still happening. That is incredibly strange. I have never seen that glitch before. I don't know what could cause it. I can only assume this is the CIA and or Mossad at work. Yeah, I have no idea. Do you have the clip turned up? I promise you, this is not a conventional issue that can be solved with conventional wisdom. This is not. I've been streaming for a long time. I know what mistakes I typically make. I guess I'll link it in chat, though that's not really a substitute for playing it broadly. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why. Oh, does the Elizabeth Warren clip that I was gonna play work? Is this gonna work?
Oh, please.
Okay, this is working. I can see the waveform working properly. Elizabeth Warren on people who say Dems need to tone down their rhetoric.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
I can't believe it. Like, girl, I'm not forgiving you for the shit you did to Bernie, but like, credit where credit's due. She's the only Democrat I've seen who's like reacted with the incredulousness that that is warranted, you know? Like it is absolutely insane that we should have to take seriously the idea that Democrats are the ones turning the heat up on political violence. This link should work. Okay, here's a different clip that, I mean,
Charlie Kirk's family and to
yeah, now that's working. So, okay, I don't know why the other one didn't, but all right.
my sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously has, you know, become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. I know they seem to have somebody in custody. But I will say that political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. You know, we saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it.
Maybe that one has LR channels or something that screws with it. No, it can't be that because I have everything defaulting to mono. Whenever, if I'm presenting audio to you guys on stream, it's switched to mono. That way, whenever we come across leftist audio where like all the audio from a news source is only coming in through one of my earbuds, you guys aren't being bothered by it. I am. So I hear in stereo, OBS puts it into mono for you guys. I genuinely have no idea what that glitch was.
We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, you know, have tripped a new era of political violence.
Yeah, he's completely correct. Like, what are you supposed to say? What do you do in a country where J6 happens, no one gets in trouble, and then the next president busts out all of the old, all the people who were arrested for like attacking the Capitol building? You know, like, yeah, of course you are openly propagating lawlessness and political violence. You are saying you prefer political violence to law. Contrary to what a lot of people might think, I have never been in favor of vigilante violence, and that's a consistent position I've had. I'm not going to shed any crocodile tears for evil pieces of shit like Charlie Kirk, but vigilante violence is like universally destabilizing. You know, I don't think any Italians are looking favorably back in like the years of lead or whatever. You know, I don't think this stuff builds better societies. It's like, you know, everyone likes to talk about revolution as an ideal, but then you look at most revolutions throughout most of history, and usually life gets a lot worse after them. You actually like it. You really need to think about what you're asking for, right? You need to like be careful what you wish for. Make sure that all the cards are lined up properly, right? Do you want vigilante violence, or do you just fantasize about a situation where all the people you dislike aren't there anymore? Because reality doesn't work that way, right? The world is not a better place today than it was yesterday. Like, Charlie Kirk's fucking evil and so on, but the world is now objectively a scarier and more unstable place now than it was, well, I guess 2 days ago. You know? But of course, right-wingers don't want you to point this out. Right-wingers want you to take the blame for the increase in political violence because they want to get away scot-free while they commit more of it, you know? Like, they're pro-political violence, but they just want you to take the blame for it. J.B. Pritzker just blamed Charlie Kirk being shot in Utah on President Trump in January 6th. That's not what he did, but, you know, again, unbelievable. They don't actually have a retort, of course. Do you think the bourgeoisie will voluntarily give up control? Please don't bring your 17-year-old and or college freshman sophomoric aphorisms to chat, okay? Trust me, I've lapped these conversations more times than you've had them in your head. It's the world is so much more complicated than you think it is. And basically, like, the problem is that I see a road forward, but I see that the road is like thorny and full of danger, and you just see like a straight line A to B. You know that the goal is somewhere in yay direction, and you think because you can't see the path, you can't see the traps, you can't see the thickets and the bramble and the twists in the road. You think that, like, well, the goal is over there, so just A to B. The shortest distance between 2 points in space is a straight line between them. But I see the fucking road, okay? So you get confused when you see me veer or like jump or go slow for a bit. You think that I'm like diverting from the path. You don't understand. Bro, just take a straight line between A and B. Why don't we just go through the mountain? Me if I was a railroad engineer circa 1896. Truly enlightened. Listen, it's just important to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, bomb threat at the DNC. Everyone over there having fun? We all having fun over there at the DC DNC headquarters? Everyone having a good time?
Charlie was shot and saying that he deserved to be shot. The rhetoric seems to be only coming from one direction at this point.
Michael, and I want to update on the breaking news that we just brought to our listeners and viewers just moments ago. This is per a single...
Just interrupting like a common theme on Fox News, which is them lying and suggesting that the left is responsible for all the political violence in this country. Something that no Democrat could ever get away with saying, apparently, without being fired. Even though they would be correct in saying so, and the Republicans are incorrect in saying so.
U.S. Capitol Police officer source on site telling Fox News that there was a bomb threat made. There are dozens of police officers and MPD on site, but no big sense of urgency at this time. Reading this directly from our senior Capitol Hill producer. Pedestrians are allowed to walk right by the building right now. We do have some photos that we'll try to turn around for our viewers in just a moment. But this seems to be the update right now. A bomb threat was made. Police have responded to the scene. Michael, as I continue to report what's happening there, you just wonder if anything's going to...
Not really surprising. Bomb threats are like the laziest, cheapest kind of terrorism, right? They cost a person nothing to do, and they cause a lot of disruption, and they're very public. Probably going to get a lot of those across like DNC headquarters in Utah, DC, other places. Yeah, potato chip couch terrorism, etc. American, truly like the most American kind of terrorism outside of school shootings. Potato chip terrorism. What the fuck am I talking about, man? Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking no. Okay, hold on. Did you see the Deputy Secretary of State saying that he'll deport anyone who makes light of Charlie Kirk's death? Yeah, but they can't legally do that, so it's not like... It is true though that if you're here on a green card, you should definitely be like careful. But no, they can't deport citizens making light of Charlie Kirk's death. I know it's difficult to remember this sometimes in light of the environment we all live in today, but it is in fact legal and First Amendment protected to make fun of Charlie Kirk post-mortem. You can actually do that. There's literally nothing illegal about it. Did you see Trump looking rough at a 9/11 event? Oh, we're getting to that, buddy. We're getting to that as soon as I find the fucking thing that I thought that I retweeted, but I never do. I always think, oh, I'll just retweet the thing that I want to look at tomorrow, and then I only like it and I don't retweet it. Why do I do this? I have no idea, but I've done it so many times. So many times. You can search for likes. Yeah, but then I have to look through all the, like, furry pornography, you know? I have to look through all the 9-foot-tall wolf girls with quadruple H tits. Is it this one? Hush up. All right. Yeah. So the other day when we were looking at Donald Trump's address to the country, a lot of people were claiming that it looked AI generated. I don't think that it is, but people have pointed out upon closer scrutiny that it looks awfully sussy. If you'll carefully take a look at the hands here, frame by frame, you can see that that's not how they normally do that. See how right here, his left hand, the fingers are there, and then right here, there's a fade out, and the fingers are somewhere else. They couldn't have moved that quickly in one frame. That's definitely something. Now, a lot of people are saying it's AI. I actually disagree. What I think this is a an edit that was done with AI. Or what I should say is people think the whole video is AI. What I actually think it is it's a real recording that has gone through several filters for a variety of reasons, you know, vanity, officiousness, whatever. But also there was a cut between two takes that they tried to disguise, and they did so awkwardly. They did so poorly. Presumably all of the people at the White House are incompetent. We can just assume that by default, right? Like if somebody was competent, they're probably gone. You know, there is a direct negative relationship between competence and sycophantry. So, like, the closer you are to Trump, the less likely you are to know how to do your job. So I don't think this whole thing is deepfaked. I just think that it's a cut between two edits. In fact, I think that Biden did the same thing, right? There were a couple of obvious edits in some of Biden's addresses. Obviously, Biden was also not doing that great, you know, throughout his presidency. So it's not exactly uncommon. You know, both of these guys are like 500 million years old. It's oddly sped up. The only point that I'm making is that the video itself, I don't believe it's deepfaked. I think the video looks uncanny due to filters, but I don't think the video itself is entirely deepfaked. I just think it's a weird-looking video. People are looking for artifacts to prove that it's AI generated, but I just don't think I don't think it's there. Did you see the slowdown where two of his fingers merged?
Are united in shock and horror.
Horror.
Charlie was a patriot.
Oh, was it that right there?
Shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who denied
Yeah, I think that's what we just looked at.
And horror.
See, look at his hands.
Charlie was a patriot.
Yeah, you can see even his voice cuts out there. I think it's a morph cut. I think it's just a poorly disguised cut here. I think the reason why it's poorly disguised is because they had to rush it out. My guess is that Trump can't keep himself together for more than a few minutes at a time these days. I'd like to supply some evidence to that point, though everyone in chat keeps linking it, thereby spoiling the point, but I'm going to make it anyway. Here's Trump at a 9/11 commemoration. Yeah, today's 9/11. A lot going on right now. Look at the slant on his face.
Hilda E.
Just watch.
Taylor.
Watch our president.
Lieutenant Colonel Kip P. Taylor, United States Army. Leonard E. Taylor. Sandra C. Taylor.
This is really recognizable as a stroke. Like, there are multiple potential causes, but if you saw anyone day to day looking like this, like at a coffee shop or whatever, that's the immediate thing you would think. It's difficult to think of anything else, honestly. Like, that's the, yeah.
Sandra D. Teague.
Posadas John, thank you for the pictures. Yeah, it's This is not a normal resting face. Nobody makes this face normally at rest. Like this is, yeah, that's as clear as day. So I'm maintaining my previous assertion. I think my man had a big old stroke out, and the reason that he was mysteriously absent in front of cameras for nearly an entire week was because they were desperately trying to shore him up. They probably pumped him full of drugs before that address where he talked about moving the, what was it, SpaceX, not SpaceX, Space Force headquarters or whatever. He did the best he could, which was pretty good in that press conference. But a lot of people in chat were like, oh, he's not dead. Everything is fake. Dude, he had a fucking stroke, okay? He's been having, like, miniature strokes for a while. He had a big one the other day, or 2 weeks ago, whatever the time was. I don't know. Time isn't real. The more strokes you have, the more prone to them you become. Yep. The more damage your brain suffers every stroke, a little more oxygen gets cut off. It is likely only a matter of time. On his side, he does have literally the best medicine available on Earth for him. Like, there is no human alive who has access to better medical care than he does. But, you know, the same could be said of Steve Jobs, and he denied it in favor of his quack medicine because he was a freak. It's possible that, you know, Trump and the people around him might to some extent be compromised by their magical thinking. It's also possible that Trump, like, medical science can't take you forever. Like, eventually you just die. So there are limits. So do we think this is why he was deepfaked last night? Again, I don't think that he was deepfaked. I think that it's an awkward cut between real takes. Though it is likely that, yeah, as time goes on, he's going to have fewer and fewer in-person speaking events because, you know, he can't keep it together that well.
Who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America.
I don't want to read too much into it, but it also does kind of look like his mouth is slanting even in this video. The right side of his lips is consistently lower than the left side of his lips. I wonder if they told him to keep his mouth open consistently because it's much more obvious that his face is drooping when his mouth is closed. When his mouth is open, it's not as obvious.
He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith.
I've heard of this.
And we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two faith.
So you can see it whenever his mouth is, like, at rest. You know what I mean?
And we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven.
A little bit. I don't really think there's any talking past this, though. The AI might be them editing his face so you can't see the droop. I think that's possible. I don't necessarily think that's likely because that kind of involvement would, it'd be a little bit more easy to detect. But look, if he really is falling apart like this, we will see increasing evidence of it as time goes on. As bad as Biden was more or less present. I mean, he's senile, but he was, you know, he could step out there and ramble for a bit and then leave. He mumbled everything, but, you know, there wasn't like an ongoing severe crisis of functionality that was worsening over time. Maybe now there is, but he's not in the public eye, so. He probably didn't stroke, right? I don't think that Biden had stroke. Did Biden have strokes? I think he had, like, heart issues, which Trump has had as well. I don't think that Biden had a stroke. It's a different thing. It's like the strokes are like caused by like a temporary loss of blood to the brain, or there's some. Actually, what cause? A lot of stuff causes strokes, right? What causes strokes? Why am I blanking on this? It's a disruption of blood to the brain, either from a blocked artery or a ruptured blood vessel. Blood clots. I mean, we know for a fact that he's taking blood thinners consistently. That's not uncommon for older people, but that he's probably on like a decent amount of them, judging by how much bruising there is on the back of his hand, you know? His blood is thin as hell, and probably they want to, you know, prevent strokes, keep the blood going up there. Oh. IV blood thinners would also defo bruise his hand like that. The only thing is that, to my knowledge right now, the medicine that he's taking, that at least that he's been publicly said to be taking, is just like very regular blood thinners, right? Like he's taking what? I don't know, a Tylenol a day or so. What was the his doctor said he's taking like a relatively mild, common old person blood thinner. He might be taking aspirin. That's right. He might be taking much stronger blood thinners and just not telling the public about it. We know for a fact that his medical team lies to the public because they said, remember, that he is 6'3", 210 pounds. Like, laughable, you know? Me on my Hinge profile. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They probably didn't even get to weigh him or measure him. He just, like, gave them his measurements, and they were like, okay. Can we see the other pic again? Oh, yeah, sure. Not a normal face. Not a normal face. Vaxxed? Could be. Could be. Excuse me. Let's take a look at any updates, the New York Times thread. What do we have now? Protecting campus speakers who offer polarizing opinions has confounded universities around the country. Unclear why officials delayed a news conference that was scheduled to begin right around now. But a spokesman for the Utah Department of Public Safety just told me no one is currently in custody. Bomb threat to the DNC. Abundance of caution. The bomb threat comes after several historically black colleges received threats today. That's lovely. He was just a controversial but nonetheless principled lover of free speech advocacy and debate. After Charlie Kirk dies, like, fucking black colleges? Really? What the fuck did they have to do with this? My peace-loving right. He was a happy fighter. Graphic videos of Charlie Kirk shooting circulate online. Social media companies tried with mixed results to remove the content. Only so much you can do for stuff like this, you know? FBI claimed rapid developments as the cause for the delaying press conference. Yeah, we'll see if that actually ends up being the case, you know? Again, there's no reason to trust the competency of the FBI. It seems far more likely to me that the reason they're fussed right now is because they're trying to come up with some kind of here's what we found narrative. The interns just got done scribbling trans rule on bullets. They found the gun, apparently. I'm familiar with the updates as of right now. Don't worry. Bolsonaro was just found guilty of plotting a coup today. Oh, to live in a real country where crime is punished. Wouldn't that be crazy? You're allowed to do that? Not over here. Too much freedom. Tomorrow's the sentence. 1 million years. Have you seen the weirdo conspiracy theories about people giving hand signals and shit? Seems a bit deranged. Yeah, of course it is. People's brains have melted. People are fucking insane now. Peasant brain motherfuckers. It's so embarrassing, genuinely. Somebody yesterday asked me if I had seen this, but because that person was stupid, they just asked if I saw the Conor O'Malley video, like I have any fucking idea what that means. Look at this shit, man. This is the funniest video I've ever seen in my life.
It's your boy out on TikTok. There was just a gunshot at Charlie Kirk. We're in Utah. There's a gunfire. This is not a joke. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. It's your boy Elder TikTok. There was just a gunfire in Utah. This is not a drill. There is a gunfire in Utah. Shots fired here in Utah. This is not a joke. Charlie Kirk, Elder TikTok, Mormon Central, Utah. There was a gun that just fired off here at Charlie Kirk. I am not playing with y'all. Hey, make sure you go to church on Sunday. Read the Book of Mormon. This is not a drill. I'm not playing with y'all. Hey, Jesus is Lord. Jesus will protect you. Jesus is your savior, bro. I'm not even lying. Make sure you subscribe to Elder TikTok on Instagram.
This is what the right is, like, in its entirety. I love modernity, man. This is so fucking good. This particular style of grift is and always will be right-coded, man. No heroes. He's the funniest man alive. Oh, apparently after he took this video, he went over and, like, stole a bunch of merch from the booth. What a king. He's always on that grind. Yeah, he's probably thinking, like, if he can get any merch that's stained with blood, that shit's gonna sell for, like, $10,000 on eBay or whatever. The cravenness is almost respectable. It is important to remember, like, they don't actually have any heroes, right? Everyone who's pretending that Charlie Kirk was some MLK-like figure, these people are incapable of solemnness. They don't actually believe in anything, so they can't feel that way about anything. They're all like this, man. Who is this guy? I know as much about him as you do right now. He's so funny. Read the Book of Mormon. Conor O'Malley is an incredible comedian that did the Pipe Rock Theory video. Is he... Wasn't the Pipe Rock Theory video, like, not right-wing, though? That's a classic video. Is it a bit? Is he actually like a... Was this whole thing satire? What level is he operating on? This is not Conor. This is not Conor O'Malley? Here's him still going at it. I don't think this is a video of Conor O'Malley. This isn't Conor O'Malley. They're saying it's Conor O'Malley-esque. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay. They're not saying this is typical of this is the most Conor O'Malley thing Conor O'Malley has done. They're saying, like, so it'd be like saying, like, this is a Tim and Eric bit. They're not saying it's from Tim and Eric. They're saying, like, this is like, well, I don't know what Conor O'Malley is. I don't know if this guy is or isn't Conor O'Malley. I don't know. Okay. Well, not to smear the good name of Conor O'Malley, who is, I'm sure, a great guy, I imagine. This is a different guy. This is Conor? Yeah, okay, I've seen the Pipe Rock Theory video.
Do you know the Pipe Rock Theory? Oh. Dude, oh my God. Okay. So apparently what it is there's all these different rocks all around the world that are actually hollow. Entire mountains are not real. Inside of them, there's ancient Vedic technology. And what it's doing is it's stealing energy out of people and it's taking it somewhere. Nobody knows where. No. And I saw this in real life.
For real?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Inside of the rocks, there's pipes making all these sounds? I'm feeling like so tired by this rock.
And dude, what is the opposite of a rock? pipes, and it's like, why are they putting them together? This is unnatural. Who is taking the energy? What is this? Went online, I did some research. I said, who is doing this? And I found this pipe rock expert, this person that works in the government. They won't tell me their name. They won't say anything, but they're like, I want to meet up with you. Meet me at a Target. I'm down here at the Target. I'm documenting, finding them in real life. He's going to come and teach me everything that I need to.
Hey man, what's up? What are you doing here?
What?
What are you doing here?
Just.
Hey, we just want to have a conversation. Can I meet somebody here? We just want to have a conversation. I don't want to have to go to the cops. I just want about you meeting up with the underage person.
I was not doing that.
Okay. So to be clear, this individual was not present at the Charlie Kirk assassination. Okay, we're clearing this up. I don't want to besmirch Conor O'Malley, okay? I don't want to speak negatively about the man, okay? Watch the 500 cigarettes video. No. We've done enough. That's enough. How could you miss him with the blowjob hat? I don't know if he's always wearing the blowjob hat. He might sometimes wear other hats. Maybe sometimes he's, I don't know, Mexican or whatever. Also, O'Malley is a very Irish name. I don't think there are many Irish Mormons. Mexican Irish Mormons at that. That is true. That'd be a pretty crazy combination. But it could happen. It's not impossible. EU Parliament denies a minute's silence to remember Charlie Kirk. Why the fuck would the EU Parliament do that? me when a Charlie Kirk moment of silence is proposed. Fucking... That's funny. I'm sure it was some, like, AFD chuds who proposed it, right? Or some dipshits from Italy or whatever. They were like, we should honor our fallen Europa hero. Our warrior. Our happy warrior. Fascism is so goddamn international. Like, there is no group more detached from national pride than the fascist, who always, like, fantasizes about, like, a supranatural or supranational identity, you know? Like, the American fascist despises America, hates Americana, because black and brown people have contributed too much to it. Instead, they fantasize about this imaginary, like broader Europa, this, like, unifying white supremacy that European people themselves don't believe in. European fascists do not believe in white supremacy, like, that includes Greek people, North Macedonians, and Romanians. Like, this is a total myth. It breaks down immediately. Everyone's just fantasizing about, you know, some broader, whatever. You sure about that? Yes, 100%. Absolutely. In fact, I'm so sure about that. You can read up on Dugin, but, like, Dugin was a transformative piece of shit thinker for Russians, in large part because he was he Has my chat been, like, slightly too far to the left? I guess it's always been like that. There we go. I must have accidentally moved chat at some point. Huh. That must have just happened. Anyway, Dugin was proposing, like, a post-racial pan-Russian empire, right? The idea that, like, everyone from Moscow all the way over to fucking Madrid is white is a delusion believed exclusively by, like, American white nationalists who fantasize about, Jesus fucking Christ, I don't know, their trad wives or whatever the fuck. It's not real. U.S. inflation came in hot today? Oh no. Not like this. Not now, girl. Girl, not now. The economy? We're busy. rose 2.9% from the same time last year. Ooh. Year-over-year consumer price index. Okay. Plus 2.9% in August relative to last year's. Well, we're not quite at the Biden years, are we? But it sure is going back up. We'll see. That guy in that Twitter made an apology post. Yo, can you fucking link that shit? Can you link that, please? This guy? Come on, you know I want to see... You know I want to see it. Why would you fucking not show it? God, this frame is funny. No one's gonna link it. I guess I could just go to Elder TikTok 11, but I really don't want to. You know what? I will. TikTok, Elder TikTok 11. 147.5k plus followers. Oh, he is Mexican. Okay, that's nice. I wasn't just being like racially insensitive.
Before I say anything else, my thoughts, my prayers, my condolences, and my love
4 minutes
goes to Charlie Kirk's family, Erica, and the kids. It's heartbreaking, and I just want to let you know that me and my family have already...
Top comment is him stealing merch from the table. Yo!
Prayed for you, and we're here for you during this time. It's just unbelievable what happened, and I love Charlie Kirk. He was the man. I loved all of his content, especially the ones he posted about Jesus. Like, he taught me things about Jesus that I didn't know myself. That's why I really was a supporter and a fan.
Dude, you're Mormon. You're Mormon. You don't have the same religion. There are severe incompatibilities between Mormonism and the rest of Christianity. You believe like wildly different things.
Will be missed, and I know he's in heaven, and we'll see him again. And so I hope that rest in love and rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, and all the love to Erica and the family at this time. In regards to my video that I posted, it was wrong. It was bad. It was very insensitive. It was very inappropriate, and it just straight up wrong. It was a mistake, and I apologize for that. I apologize for my insensitivity. When I posted it, I did it without thinking. What had happened was I was actually in line to ask Charlie Kirk.
Mormons may not be Christian, but like Muslim, Jesus is a big part of their faith. Legitimately, Mormonism is as far apart from Christianity as like Islam, possibly more. Like the fact that it's even considered a part of Christianity, like rejecting the Holy Trinity, the fact that they think fucking Jesus was American, like there's so much shit that doesn't line up, you know? It's so much their shit is heretical under Christianity. Certainly Judaism is closer to Christianity. That like Judaism and Christianity are touching tips, okay? They disagree on some on obviously like which book they generally pull from and the, you know, specifics on who is the prophet, son of God, etc. But like the Mormons are fucking out there, okay?
Question. I was so excited, and there was 5 people, and then it was me. So I was right there in the front. I saw everything happen. I was right there. After it happened and everyone started moving and running, my instant reaction was just start filming. Just start filming, document everything just in case. So I started filming.
And subscribe.
My mistake and my wrongdoing was what I said. And I said it because in the moment I was not
fucking live in Utah, everyone. Like and subscribe. Everyone check out Shooting Live in Utah. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Fortnite Game Pass giveaway in chat.
Straight. And that's on me. I'll take fault for that. Like, I've never been in a shooting before, but I should have maybe just kept composed, relaxed, and not be so sensitive to post or impulsive to film and post. So just to reiterate, I apologize for my insensitivity. to my friends and my supporters that watch my videos, I know you guys trust me with my content. I know you guys trust me to make these videos. And if I broke your trust, like, I apologize. I'm still learning. I'm young. I'm a small content creator, and I'm learning day by day. But I've already learned from this, and I will be better going forward. I will be more sensitive in what I post, and this was a great learning lesson for me. And I have since taken the video down because my parents gave me great parenting, great counseling, and I have goodly parents. So when they say something, I listen. So I did take it down. And so I apologize once again for my insensitivity on that video. But I do not want any of this to be about me. This is not about me. I don't want any followers from this. I don't want, I just, A, this video is A, for me to correct my wrongdoings, and B, to encourage anybody that's watching or listening to please pray for Charlie Kirk's family right now. I believe his wife's name's Erica. It doesn't matter what religion you ascribe to. It does not matter what your ethnicity or culture or race is, what orientation you are. The best thing we can do now is just pray for comfort, peace, and love for Charlie Kirk's family at this time. I know that Erica and they'll be reunited. They'll be together again. I believe that with all my heart. And I love Charlie Kirk, and I love what he stood for. He stood for God. So do I. He was a believer in Christ. So am I. He was so big on creating a family. And those are the things that
do you think do you think the Christian nationalist types back in like the 18 and 1900s actually believed in Christ, unlike the ones today? Like if Charlie Kirk died and then went up to see St. Peter, the first emotion he would experience would be shock, and then the second one would be absolute terror because he'd realize he's going to hell. None of these people fucking believe. I feel like back then people actually believed. Like the religious I don't know, propagandists back then who would do this shit for political purposes. I think they actually would, like, I don't know, go to church at least. Like they were a lot more committed. I don't know.
Heartedly believe in with all my heart. That's why I wanted to pay my respects. I wanted to apologize for my insensitivity and pay my respects to Charlie Kirk. And just a word of encouragement to anyone out there.
Remember, people use the Bible to justify slavery. Okay, the difference, though, is that I believe that in the 1800s, my guess is that when people use the Bible to justify slavery, a lot of them, on some level, meant it. They were wrong, but they meant it. Whereas nowadays, I think 100% of the people who use the Bible to justify slavery are lying and don't actually believe in God at all. Maybe that's just my bias. Maybe no one ever actually gave a shit, but I feel like people used to actually believe more.
Even during a time like this, God is real. I know it may not seem like it right now, but hold your loved ones close, give them a hug, call your mom. That's exactly what I did during this time, and he'll be there for you. I'm going to be a better content creator thanks to the people who reached out, and I just, nothing but love, and I hope God can.
Is it okay for a non-Polynesian to get a tribal tattoo?
Oh, sorry, I hit scroll up. I don't really know how TikTok works. Is it okay for non-polys to get a tribal tattoo? I don't see what your relationship status has to do with it. All right, that's enough. That shit funny as fuck, though. For real, for real. No cap. Damn, we're not getting that we're not getting that fucking press conference, are we? I wonder how long they've delayed it, you know? People are hungry. They're hungry for answers. People want information. They hungry. For sure, for sure. For real, for real. Hold on. Press conference. Do we have any news on this at all? Reuters streamed this 3 hours ago, but this isn't the press conference that everyone's kind of looking for, you know? Reuters and AP News fucking love to do this, man. They love to do this. The news conference that they're referring to here is about 2 or 3 minutes long. We saw the clip of it on Twitter. It's just this chunk right here. And the rest of it is like pointing at flowers. Why are you wasting your live stream feed time? No one's looking at this shit. Are you trying to buffer views? Get more ad reads? New York Times being garbage per usual. Okay. One more conspiracy slop. Most chilling thing. Charlie Kirk's killer may have fled Utah aboard mystery flight. What? Okay. Speculation on social media has pointed to a private jet that left the air. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Flight tracking data shows the jet left the airport shortly after 2 p.m. and headed south towards Arizona before it disappeared from radar. They turned off the fucking international airplane tracking system tracker shit that even like military planes use during non-wartime. It's the perfect crime. Yeah, they had a fucking Boeing stealth bomber. Now, he actually used, like, Cecil teleportation tech. After the shooting was conducted, he hit, like, a button on his earpiece. It cost taxpayers $8 million, but he instantly warped over to Tel Aviv. What are we talking about here, man? Having trouble finding any news reports. Well, while we're waiting for any information on the on the delayed press report or press briefing, whatever the fuck, we were looking at this CPI increase. Now hold on. Doot to do, doobly doo, doot to doot to do. Ba 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 ba. I feel like this really isn't that volatile. Plus 2.9% in August relative to last year. Really? So just back here? We'll see. Monthly changes in August. Plus 5.9% airline fares. I'm feeling that. Jesus. You guys looked up any Expedia prices lately? Don't worry, though. Piped utility gas service has gone down in cost by 1.6%. That's good.
So now everybody knows their tariff, right? So now you're going to see factories get built in America at a scale that you have never seen before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, more than 10 trillion.
If we just do more mass arrests of South Korean factory workers, surely we will see a golden age of American manufacturing. Please ignore the gigantic downward trending red line behind me indicating manufacturing jobs are plummeting.
$1 billion of factory builds coming. All right, and so there's huge amount of construction jobs. So I would say the first quarter of next year will be the best quarter of construction jobs this country's ever seen, and that's going to roll all the way through 26. So I think you're going to see GDP growth next year over 4%.
You do 4%, 10 trillion over what period of time, Secretary?
Mr. Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States, during his term.
Okay. Jesus Christ. And you are rooting against this? 0 likes, 0 retweets, 46 comments. Interesting. Oh, man. All right. Fucking find me that goddamn... Oh, speaking of manufacturing jobs in America...
More than 300 South Korean workers are now on their way home after they were handcuffed and detained after coming to America to work at a Hyundai LG plant. South Korea's president is now warning that South Korean companies may question whether it's worth it to do business in America unless its, quote, confusing visa system is improved. The South Korean president saying, quote, this issue could have a considerable impact on foreign direct investment in the U.S. We are urging the U.S. side to normalize the visa process. Many in South Korea were dismayed at the images of workers shackled and led onto buses after an ice raid at the battery plant in Georgia. CNN's Gustavo Valdez is at the Atlanta airport for us. Gustavo, can you tell us what the status is of these workers right now?
Well, Brianna, they're going home. We saw their charter flight depart shortly before noon. They arrived around 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock this morning after a 6-hour drive from South Georgia, where they had been detained for about a week. And we noticed a couple of differences from when other migrants from other countries are deported. For once, some of the workers waved at us from their windows as they approached the airport, which means they weren't shackled like other workers or other people who get sent out of the country. Also, the plane was hidden from the camera, so we don't know how they boarded the plane, but we know that U.S. immigration usually...
How much does it cost the taxpayer for every deportation exactly? Well, the broader cost here is the fact that this factory was worth like tens of billions in investment. That's going down the drain now because ICE really wanted to keep making their quota for deportations.
Boards the people that they send out of the country in shackles. So we think that this was part of the negotiations in which the North Korean government wanted this not to be a deportation, but a voluntarily return. So maybe that is what was negotiated with the United States. This would allow them to come back in the future to work if needed. In fact, there are reports that President Trump wanted some of these.
Nice. Hold on. Apparently CNN had some coverage, rifle and ammo scrawled with cultural phrases found after Kirk killing. This was discredited by the New York Times.
I want to bring in CNN national correspondent Nick Watt. He's joining us right now from Orem in Utah, and CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez, who's monitoring this investigation for us. Nick, let me start.
They reported that a few hours ago. Yeah, this is from 4 hours ago. I'm just wondering, like, did they really run with this story? Like, just the first update from the Wall Street Journal with no like official confirmation from the ATF? Of course they.
With you, what's the latest out there in Utah that we have learned about this killing?
Well, Wolf, we have just heard from officials that they had what they describe as breakthroughs during the night. This is coming from the special agent in charge from the FBI Salt Lake field office and from local officials here in Utah. So here is what we know. They are calling the suspect he, him. They're saying that this...
Okay. That's good. Thank you. I wouldn't want to be disrespectful when referring to them.
Is a male, college age, who blended in well on campus. They say that they do now have, which they didn't yesterday, they do now have a good image of that suspect.
Are these the images that were released before? Like the ones we saw of the guy in the stairwell with the American flag long sleeve t-shirt?
Right now using technology to try and identify the person from that or those images. If they fail with that technology, they say they will release these images through the media to the public. The FBI says they've had about 130 tips, Wolf, and they are asking for more. Any eyewitness accounts, any images, still or video, they want them. Now, we also got a little bit of a timeline. They say that they have now tracked the suspect's movements on campus. He arrived on campus 11:52, as I said, blended in with the college crowd is what they say this person looks like. Went up a stairwell, onto the roof.
It's before the Tech Face ID failed, which is why they released those images publicly. So that person's they're not even listed as a suspect. They're listed as a person of interest. So they don't even have any video of that person, which would indicate a level of suspicion severe enough to refer to them as a suspect.
after the incident, jumped off the building. Unclear how that happened, but jumped off the building and then fled off campus through a residential neighborhood. So during the night, investigators were speaking to people in that neighborhood, looking for eyewitness accounts, looking for video from doorbell cameras, etc. They also, in a wooded area, have recovered what they believe is the weapon that was used to kill Charlie Kirk. They describe it as a high-powered bolt-action rifle.
I want to hear how they describe the so-called cultural scrawlings on the bullet casing.
And right now, they say they are working on trying to trace the ownership of that weapon. Now, they say that the suspect is not still in that wooded area. They have swept and secured that area, but they say they do not know how far he has gone. And of course, with every hour, that is more time for this suspect to get further, possibly away from the scene of the crime. Now, they do stress, though, that they do not believe that the public here is in danger. They say that this was a targeted incident, so they are not concerned right now for the safety of the public. They say that they also have a foot imprint and the imprint left by a palm and a forearm. Okay. That is what they're working with. The FBI say they are determined to find this suspect.
On the gravel of the roof or in the forest on dirt?
And also find out why he did it. Now, there are still some unanswered questions. Was there a vehicle involved? Was the rifle on campus already, or was the suspect blending in with a long gun? Unclear how that would happen. We also heard that Charlie Kirk's body will be taken home to Arizona today. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. I want to go to Evan Perez now, who has some new reporting.
Well, yeah, so Nick was just describing some of the scene there and what was recovered by investigators. And we have a couple of bits of more information about what they found. Now, Nick described that they found the bolt-action rifle near that building, not far from that building. It appears, investigators believe, that the suspect ran away from the scene, threw the rifle down. It was there was a towel there, and they also found a screwdriver, which they believe indicates that perhaps the suspect used it to disassemble, take the stock off the rifle to try to conceal it, right? That is a very common thing. We've seen this done.
Which means, like, man, that just opens so many questions. Why leave the screwdriver, therefore giving the evidence that you disassembled and reassembled it? Also, does that imply that they took the shot from the roof and then carried the full length, like fucking 4-foot long rifle, jumped off the roof, and then made it all the way to the forest with no video picking them up holding the gigantic gun? Were they holding it in a towel? Because if they were holding it in a towel, that would be just as obvious as them running with the gun. Like, then you would just look at security camera footage to see who's holding the gigantic, like, towel-covered object, right?
In other instances, for instance, the shooter in Butler, the one who shot at President Trump, tried to assassinate President Trump. It's very common, and so it is possible that this person used that to try to disassemble and then put it together when he was on the roof. Again, this is a working theory of the investigators. They also found the ammunition. They found the firearm. They found some ammunition inside the rifle and also nearby, which had some writings and made various references to cultural issues, right? And we don't know what they mean. The investigators don't know what they mean. They found some initials written on some of the ammunition, some of the parts of the rifle. And again, they don't know whether this is a motive, whether this refers to...
Yeah, what is the sourcing on this? So they're not saying that that there was anti-fascist and transgender... Listen, if they found a gun at the scene and they found writing on the bullets, that shit would be recorded. Like the knowledge of what that was written there would be widespread very quickly. I really don't feel like there'd be a bunch of like vague information out hours. This video is from like 5 hours ago. And since then we've only gotten what? Unconfirmed information? We've gotten like, well, cultural phrases. Oh, the ATF hasn't confirmed this. It's just weird. Something's off. Yeah, something's off, but not like in a conspiratorial way. Something's off more in a like, the FBI is scrambling to desperately put together any possible evidence kind of way. You know? Like, again, this is very embarrassing for the FBI that they don't have anything. FBI Director Patel headed to Utah to assist with investigation. Oh, I'm sure he'll be able to help. Jesus Christ. Okay, speaking of like evidence of embarrassment, this right here is the most yes sir boss, on it boss, I'll get right on it, right away boss. Like what the fuck is he going to do? He doesn't have any knowledge of forensics. What is he going to do on the scene? Direct FBI officials who have been working for decades in law enforcement? He's going to show up and he's going to be like, have we checked this tree trunk for fingerprints? And every like seasoned officer there is going to have to roll a will check to not draw on him, you know?
The reason why this was done, but again, they spent the night looking at those initials, trying to match it to other pieces of evidence, social media accounts online, to try to see if they can try to decipher whether this is the person who did this or whether this was a reference to something else. Again, there's a lot of evidence that they're still going through at this point, but certainly the biggest piece is the rifle. They have the images, the very rough images that they found, obviously from some of the video. They are begging, obviously, for the public to send images because that is one of the ways they're going to be able to refine and figure out who might have done this, right?
Deepak reported the trans ideology bit unblinking. Well, he's got to get out like 20 videos a day, so of course he's going to jump on any news he can find.
There obviously the Ring videos and doorbell cameras are ubiquitous, so whatever movements he made, they are canvassing that entire neighborhood to try to track where he might have gone from there, and also how he got there, right? So all of these things investigators are still working on. The big part of this, I think, that's important for us to understand is that, you know, we don't know yet what what the gunman, what their motivation was, right? This was a political event. We can surmise that it was related to that, but we don't know yet because the person's not been arrested.
Cultural phrases. Cultural phrases. And this was later, after apparently their face detection technology failed.
A critical development in the manhunt for the assassin who gunned down conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Officials just released this image. They are asking for the public's help in identifying the person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting. CNN's Nick Watt is following this breaking news. Nick, you are in Orem, Utah. This is a really significant moment that this is being put out to crowdsource.
Absolutely. So, Dana, we were told that they made some key breakthroughs overnight. One of those breakthroughs was good, clean video images of this suspect. Now, we were told about 2.5 hours ago that investigators were using technology to try to find an identity from that video image. We were told they were pretty confident that they could do that, but if they couldn't, then they were going to release the images to the public.
Womp womp.
To try and get the public's help. They have now released those images on X, on other platforms, and it shows, as we were told earlier, a college-aged male who, as investigators say, could very easily have blended in with the crowd here on campus. 3,000 people here to see Charlie Kirk yesterday. They described this young male suspect as college age, able to blend in. So the other key breakthroughs that they discussed, they have found the weapon, a high-powered bolt-action rifle with some writings. They are going...
Could be in fucking Nepal by now. Listen, all I'm saying, like, looking at this again, is that I'm a little bit curious about the association here, because if the argument is that he disassembled the 30-06 Mauser, I don't think that would fit in his backpack. And if he had a modified Mauser, I feel like that would have been mentioned at some point, you know? Like, especially because the FBI is looking for tips from the public, they would probably want to release accurate information about what was found or what you could reasonably expect to see the perpetrator with. And if he's got like a little backpack on, hunting rifles are big.
Through those writings, FBI analysts looking at the writings, also at the weapon, also trying to find an identity. It is now coming up on 22 hours since the shooting, and of course with every hour this
able to blend in equals white guy. In fairness, it is Utah.
task gets harder. They found the weapon in a wooded area behind the campus in the direction that they know the suspect fled, but the suspect himself was not found in that wooded area, and as an FBI special agent said this morning, they don't know how far he has gone. So they've been gathering video imaging from security cameras, from the many students who obviously had cell phones on them. We've seen the image of a person running across the roof just after the shots were fired. They now have all the doorbell camera video from the neighborhood through which the suspect fled, and of course they will just be trying to piece this together.
Wait, okay, they have the door. Wait, you say of course. Does that mean you know? Like, is there evidence? Do they have Ring camera doorbell footage of a person like sprinting through a residential neighborhood? Or are you saying of course in like a, oh, of course the FBI, like they must by now have that information?
To try and
24-hour news, man.
Track this suspect as far as they possibly can. But this is a major, major breakthrough. This is also a major admission that they have not been able to, I would assume, use the technology they were using on those images to try and draw an identity themselves. That is why they have now thrown this open to the public, asking for the public's help, as they have been from the moment the investigation started. The FBI says they've had over 130 tips by this morning, images, video. They want more of that, and now they want the public's help in trying to identify the person shown in these images. Dana?
I also understand that we have some new information about some words and phrases that were imprinted on the gun.
Are they going to take it back?
That certainly could give some
Or is there more
indication
info we
of
don't have?
perhaps at least some of the motive here.
Correct. This is reporting from my colleague Evan Perez that there was some writing found with the gun, with the ammunition, and they are obviously analyzing that to see if this writing leads them to an identity of the suspect, or if it is perhaps...
Why would the clout-hungry FBI not immediately release any writing that made transgender people or anti-fascists look bad? Like, you'd think they would be gleefully reporting on that. The FBI has custody over the evidence. They are desperate for anything. If they could release images of like trans rights scrawled on the casing of the shell, or of the spent cartridge still in the rifle, like I feel like they would release that by now, right?
ramblings on current cultural events. Analysts...
What does that mean, man?
...are going through that right now. Now, Evan Perez also reports that they found a screwdriver with that weapon, because one of the questions that I've had is, okay, sure, this suspect could have blended into a crowd on a college campus, but could a suspect blend into a crowd on a college campus while carrying a long gun? Now, one theory, perhaps, is that that screwdriver that they found would have been used to disassemble and assemble that rifle. Now, we've also heard from authorities that they put together a timeline. They believe that the suspect arrived...
Which is still weird because, like, again, I know we've already done this, but I know a lot of people come in and out. But, like, even if you disassemble a standard rifle of this description, because they said it was a 30-06 Mauser rifle, like, if you disassemble it and remove the barrel from the stock, you're still limited in terms of storability by the length of the stock. If the gun was modified to have, like, a smaller stock, or like, you shave it off the, you know, or like a collapsible modification of it, which exists, those exist. But I feel like they would say so because, again, they're looking to the public for tips. Like, they want tips from the public. So they want the public to have accurate information on what to look for. If it turns out that the gun is collapsible, why wouldn't they say so? Otherwise, the people who otherwise might go, oh, that guy who was running down the hall couldn't have been the shooter because he wasn't carrying a long rifle, could then think, oh, maybe it was collapsed in the backpack. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm just really curious where this goes. Honestly, the more happens, it makes me think that this guy is just a random fucking guy. You know, especially because they haven't provided any, like, supplemental video footage of him running down the hallway in a suspicious way. We have what appears to be him walking normally. There are no, like, shots of somebody dressed like this, like sprinting down a hall or something.
Just by the campus.
Again, but I have to clarify all of this, that I am in no way, shape, or form a forensic expert. I am like, in the literal sense, asking questions. I am genuinely curious how this pans out. I want to know.
At 11:52 a.m. local time. That is
the only bias that I'm coming into this with is that I don't trust the FBI at all. It is run by a deranged content creator cokehead. I do not even slightly believe them. I want like substantial evidence provided for any claim that they make.
28 minutes before the shooting, 8 minutes before the Charlie Kirk event began. They have tracked the suspect up stairwells across the roof to the shooting position that we believe is on top of a college campus building, with about a 200-yard straight shot to where Charlie Kirk...
Wait, they're saying this is the gun? This is just a random tweet. Is this what they're saying is the gun? They found it at night. Here are like FBI flat. It's in a box? Why would it be in a box? It's not. The box is as big as the gun is when it's fully assembled. This picture has to be fake. I don't think this picture can be related. This can't be the gun. I don't think this is the gun. I don't think this is the gun. I think this is just a random picture of a gun. I'm not buying it.
Kirk was sitting when he was hit. So major developments, Dana, but still no suspect in custody. They have they have taken in 2 people for questioning over the course of the investigation. They've been questioned and released. They are completely out of the picture in terms of the investigation. No stigma on them whatsoever. They are searching for this person.
I think the box was used for transporting it as evidence. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Like, if you're taking a picture of evidence found at the scene, wouldn't you want the picture that you take to be of it in the state that you found it and not after it's been lifted, moved into the box? Like, if you are an agent there and your goal is to like snap a picture and then later you might reveal it to a media contact or something, because that happens all the time. Whatever. I don't know. So now you're pushing conspiracies. Can you think of a conspiracy that I'm pushing? Have I like proposed a conspiracy?
They've just released the images of the person who they desperately want to find. Dana?
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that very important reporting. And on these new developments, we're going to continue the conversation with retired FBI Special Agent Daniel Brunner. Thank you so much for being here. First, what does the fact that they have released this photo tell you as somebody who has been involved in FBI investigations like
facial
this?
hair, chin structure there.
Well, it tells me that the investigation is going through its normal course of action. I believe that this is just another step in putting more pressure on this individual to make a mistake. And that right there is the key where investigators are looking for, is they want this individual to make a mistake. He may have planned the next 24, 48 hours after the incident, but at some point he's going to get tired. He's going to make a mistake. He's going to get hungry. He's going to get cold. Very much similar to the Luigi Mangione manhunt, where he made a mistake. And that's all that it takes, is one small mistake. And he's on the run.
He didn't make a mistake. The federal government still has not released the information that they used to nab Luigi Mangione, because in all likelihood it's illegal. We still, months later, do not have any official confirmation of the tip that was given, any information on what evidence was taken, how that surveillance footage was obtained. We don't, and they've refused to provide that information despite threatening to. And I think the reason for that is because they obtained it illegally.
So this individual planned for this. He prepared his escape plan, but he's already making mistakes by leaving the rifle, leaving the screwdriver, and clearly, getting digital evidence where he was tracked across the campus. And they're going to go backwards from there. They're going to watch him where he approaches campus, and from there they're going to go even further back. Did he walk down around campus? Did he approach campus? They're going to look at all the digital evidence that's out there. But another key thing that they're doing here is pushing this photograph out, is people who have digital phones, they may have captured his image.
New York Post article that gun pic came from said the gun was found wrapped in a towel, not a box. It's just, but okay, so the New York Post is corroborating this. They have the image as well. It doesn't make any sense to me. The towel thing doesn't make any sense to me. How do you disassemble this rifle, which is not collapsible, to my knowledge? To this? Is this like a shorter variant of a Mauser? Maybe? I don't know. But look, he's just got like a little backpack on. I don't know. There's just a bunch of dumb noise right now. Yeah, I think it's important to talk about the noise because they are desperate for anything that they can use to seal this investigation, to close it, to give some sense of closure, to make it look like they're competent. And right now, I am just totally fucking unconvinced. And if you're not vigilant, you let them and their poisonous ideology slip through the cracks, like that brief and then quickly discredited report that transgender and anti-fascist scrawls were found on the bullet casing. Like, you gotta be, the reason you have to be watchful is because otherwise they fill the narrative. Oh, that's been discredited? The New York Times provided multiple updates saying that a person familiar with the investigation who was speaking on record has said that no such evidence exists and that it's actually contrary to the written record. Senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report, the one saying it had transgender and anti-fascist ideology, had not been verified by ATF analysts, did not match other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. So, again...
And that's why it'll motivate individuals to say, well, maybe I'll turn in my phone now for evidence, which will increase the amount of intelligence that they can get.
Oh, that's interesting, that this might be a way for them to just get more information and more, as you said, evidence.
Yep, that is why they put out a tip line. That is how that works.
That to law enforcement.
Yepers.
Can you just explain, when you talk about the digital element of the investigation, what that looks like?
Well, there's multiple aspects to the digital evidence. There's you've got your telephones, you've got your cell phones, you've got cameras, you've got multiple things coming in from different sides. We live in a digital world. We live in a digital world where things can come in. You got aircraft, you got cell phones, computers. He's going to leave a digital signature out there, and that's what they're going to look for. That's what they're going to try and find.
And the fact that there was writing on this weapon, again,
allegedly.
We don't know. Of course, this could suggest motive or a set of motives, but does that do anything for investigators when it comes to tracking this person down?
Well, the FBI has a lot of tools at their disposal, and one of the greatest tools is the Behavioral Analysis Unit, the BAU at Quantico. I'm sure they're all getting all of this data. They're getting all of the digital evidence, along with the writing. They're going to analyze it. They're going to try and paint the picture of who his mental state was leading up to the attack, during the attack.
Mental state? The FBI is less interested in catching this guy than they are in pinning this on the left. Like, it's a partisan organization.
They're going to look at everything. Nothing will get unturned. Nothing's going to be not analyzed. So they're going to try and figure out where he may be next, where he is going to proceed. And they obviously have the direction of travel, where they've recovered the weapon. And they're going to look at possibly, does he have other resources? Is he communicating with other people? They're going to look at cell phone towers to see what cell phones were being utilized in the area. And they're going to look at that and see if there is a pattern. If there's one common number that seems to have moved across campus, they'll start analyzing that. It's a lot of
people are really, really, really convinced, or I think the media tries to give people a very strong impression of the idea that all crimes can be solved. The police will eventually get technology makes it impossible to not solve these crimes. In reality, over time, the rate of police successfully convicting murderers has gone down. And a lot of people say, well, the police are getting less effective. In reality, it's probably because the police are less able to pin the blame for the murder on random people. Back in the 1950s, if a white guy in the South died, you bet your ass you've got a local culprit a jury would be willing to convict. Bar for evidence is pretty goddamn low. Nowadays, with DNA evidence and surveillance footage everywhere, and everyone's got a cell phone with cell towers that like track your location, it's actually relatively difficult to get like framed for a crime if you're just a total random passerby. Like the police, it's harder for the police to just pick you up and like, whoom, like just go with you, you know? Like as I think that a lot of people have this like persistent sort of overconfidence in the ability of police forensics. This looks like it was a pretty competently executed assassination. So the odds are not zero that were never given a conclusive answer. I still think it's likely they find someone, though. Nearly 2/3 of violent crime reported to law enforcement went unsolved in 2022. That's crazy. With the highest one being Florida. That's great. Fuck am I looking at? Threats force campus lockdowns in multiple HBCUs. Walmart bans emotional support alligator. NBC, don't we have anything better to be talking about today?
I didn't think that I would actually own an alligator ever. It's been really kind of incredible.
Wesley Silva got his pet alligator 4 years ago from a neighbor who got her as a gift. When they weren't able to care for her anymore, they asked Silva if he'd be interested.
I did some research. I have kids of my own, and I didn't want to put anybody in jeopardy. And after some research, I was like, you know what? I'll take her.
Since then,
Not normally a big fan of people abusing the emotional support, ADA requirements to bring whatever animals they want anywhere, but I'm okay with this.
they've been everywhere.
We've gone to restaurants. We've been to Denny's where she's a star there. She gets VIP treatment. We've been out to Bob Evans. We've been out to the Wagon Wheel in West Brownsville.
Silva says she always got a warm welcome. That is until nearly 2 weeks ago when some shoppers at the West Brownsville Walmart reached out to Channel 11 about an alligator shopping in Walmart with its owner.
It's been very positive, and I was really taken back by that.
While Silva says Jinsei Oshi is registered as an emotional support animal, it's not allowed at Walmart. After our story, Walmart sent this statement saying in part, quote, "We welcome service animals in our stores, but it is unacceptable to expose members of the public to potential danger. Accordingly, alligators are not permitted on our premises."
Fucked up. MSNBC, take it away.
Joining us now, former Homeland Security Secretary Jeh Johnson, who served in the Obama administration. He's also a current trustee of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. It is an amazing museum, by the way. So moving.
Concerns increase around politically motivated violence after Charlie Kirk shooting. Remember, MSNBC literally just fired an analyst for pointing out correctly, empirically, factually, that Charlie Kirk contributed to the culture of lawlessness and political violence that he has suffered from, to put it lightly.
And so worth going to see if you're visiting New York, but also worth going to revisit every once in a while if you live in New York. And I think what's so striking about today is not only that we're remembering 9/11 and that it's been 24 years and, you know, all the progress we've made, but also it's a good reminder that in the wake of violent, terrible acts, that we do have the ability to come together and to see past our differences.
What?
And to see past our anger.
Yeah, that was definitely what happened with 9/11. 9/11 happened, and America had a waking up moment where we disavowed violence, bias, political partisanship, and definitely didn't start two wars.
And to be one nation, one community.
This is the dog. Look at my left media. Look at my MSNBC. We're unironically glorifying the spike in George Bush's approval ratings after 9/11, which he then used to justify two wars that cost people hundreds of thousands of people's lives. This is a good thing now.
Katie, I hope that is true. When I go to these observances every year, I think about two things. One, because it's been 24 years, I see at the observance people who are today's first responders, today's elected leaders, and then you see those who were first responded and elected leaders 24 years ago becoming increasingly gray. Governor George Pataki, Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who were both there this morning. The other thought.
Oh my fucking God, man. It's like every MSNBC video. Jesus Christ, look at this. Bridging divide amid rising political violence. Concerns increase around politically motivated violence. Violence can never be what happens when we disagree with each other. We've forgotten how to disagree. Eddie Glaude on rising political violence. Rep. Clyburn, no place for in our political discourse for violence. No place in our country for political... Holy shit, MSNBC, even CNN isn't bending the knee this hard. Holy fuck. Where was this for Melissa Hortman? You know goddamn well they don't care about that shit.
Joining me now is Robert Papp, director of the Chicago Project on Security and Threats.
And it's all like ancient fucking con boomers coming on to express this sentiment.
Charlie Kirk was committed to open debate. He wanted you to prove him wrong. Again, not with your fist, but with your work.
Oh, yeah, that's true, man. He was like a super good faith interlocutor who frequently, literally, like, his last words were a bad faith whataboutism and a misdirection. That was the last thing he did, was definitionally a fallacy.
Words today, even those who vehemently disagreed with him and his position are mourning the loss of what he championed, discourse.
Oh, yeah.
Joining us now, CEO of Bridge USA, Manu Meal. His organization's mission is to empower young people to bridge their differences.
That's great, man. What's his face? What's the Forward Party? What's that guy? Andrew Yang? Thank you. Hello, Andrew Yang. Thank you. That's great.
Over politics. Manu, thanks for joining us. Who was Charlie Kirk to you?
Well, Katie, thank you for having me on, and especially on a day like today where we're thinking about the fundamental values that are under attack, like dialogue, discourse, democracy. I think we have to recommit ourselves to the...
By who? Out of curiosity, by who? So one side has wants to get rid of due process and is openly talking about like prosecuting the entirety of the Democrat Party as a terrorist organization. Like Stephen Miller literally said that just a week ago. What are the Democrats doing?
Those values. As you discussed, I was inspired by Charlie, even though I disagreed with his form and style. But the reason why I was inspired by him is because he showed up with tenacity and purpose and a sense of calling that I think has stirred civic activists from across this country and from all walks of life. And I think that's something to celebrate and, importantly, embody the commitment to dialogue moving forward.
So champion that for me, or argue for open dialogue for me, argue for places allowing more people to disagree with each other, and at some points to hold viewpoints that they find repulsive, and then to allow their...
I love my manufactured consent. I love it so fucking much. This is one of the reasons why, like, people praise independent media, because there are so many bad people in independent media, but holy shit, like, the extent to which mainstream media has folded to the administration is total. There's basically no pushback at all. The most you get from it is, I don't know, you maybe Rolling Stone, Jezebel, Daily Beast. There are like some, you know, smaller newspapers. Maybe that's the most you get, genuinely. I don't know.
There to be a debate and let the best idea win.
Well, I actually want to echo something that you said in the previous segment with former Secretary Johnson, which was that you see this dissonance between what we see in the media and what we see in day-to-day life. Right now, Katie, as we speak, I have hundreds of students from across the country. I lead an organization called Bridge USA. We're the largest student organization in the country, empowering young people to engage in constructive dialogue. Students from across college campuses, 90%.
This shit is so out of date, man. Who the fuck actually believes in this? It's like that classic every centrist is just a Republican who's also too much of a pussy to own up to their views thing. Nobody believes in this shit, okay? Certainly not college students. Can you imagine being like a young left-leaning college student and looking at the state of the modern right and thinking there's anything here to even talk about? What the fuck is there? What is there to even engage with? No, fuck this.
There's one thing that I think is very inconsistent, and it bothers me, And that is that photo that you're looking at right now. That's the photo of this guy blending in. The description that the FBI put out, the description you just heard on that radio, was a description of someone who was in tactical gear, fully kitted out, it sounded like. Now, granted, he could have hit all that stuff, but that hasn't been found. So I'm not sure that, you know, there's an inconsistency there that could...
That's true. Are we supposed to believe that all that tactical gear, like he just switched in and out of it? Are these pictures from before or after the shooting? Probably before, right? So all of it's in the backpack? Was it all stashed beforehand? Every single fucking man and woman in America is going to get listed as a person of interest before the FBI finally gives up on this one. Me with a suspiciously tactical gear-shaped bulge in my tummy. Yeah, you got it. He horked it up. Get like a CNN live feed, man. The segments they're releasing aren't enough for me. I need more delicious, on-the-spot, juicy speculation. Hold on, let me pitch a VOD to the editors. There we go. The first step is admitting you have a problem. I think we all do. Okay, CNN. You can get their live feed from the from their website, but I don't think they don't like it when people watch off that directly. I wonder if Aaron Rupar is anything more immediate. By the way, Vosh, they're hunting foreigners online. Excuse me, foreigners online who are not sympathetic to Kirk. Yeah, we saw this. In light of yesterday's horrific assassination of a leading political figure, I want to underscore that foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. Da-da-da-da-da. Gonna have to deport like 5 million people off of that one alone. Did you see Shewanhead's atrocious tweet about this? Yes. Does deporting people who disagree with you classify as political violence? No, because the state's doing it. As we all know, it's not political violence when the state is doing it. Many such cases. We all know this. Oh man, we're getting full on like Blue Anon stuff here. Aaron Rupar, you've got that dog in you, huh? Aaron Rupar retweeting a claim that the address from last night was AI generated, not just like edited by AI or whatever, or had like an awkward morph cut, but AI generated. Blue Anon is unironically based. No, it's not. Those people are not left-leaning at all. No bits here. You see the Jezebel witches? Yeah, I saw.
2 days ago, we paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. They made an editor's note and says the story was published on September 8th. Jezebel condemns the shooting of Charlie Kirk in the strongest possible terms. We do not endorse, encourage, or excuse political violence of any kind. Obviously, I had to read the article. It starts off strong with disclaimer, the ethics of cursing a stranger. Is it ethical to curse a man I've never met? Probably not. But is it unethical to let him keep talking? Yes. They said, I want to make it clear I'm not calling on dark forces to cause him harm. Just want him to wake up every morning with an inexplicable zit. I want his podcast microphone to malfunction.
They overcommitted to the bit. It was too powerful. Genuinely, though, I'm proud of Jezebel for not deleting the article. They locked the tweet promoting it, and they edited the article with the disclaimer at the beginning, but they did not delete the article, which is good because it was very funny. Stacked curses like it was a huge damage multiplier. Yeah, they talked about the effect from one witch, but they paid like 1,000. Poland has 40,000 troops going to the Belarusian border. Oh, they're just having fun with it. Just getting wacky with it. Don't worry about it. We're focusing on the manhunt right now. CPAC chair crying after pushback.
As we just heard, the Utah event at which Charlie Kirk was killed had been set to kick off a national college tour. Here he is speaking with the president's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, on Fox News earlier this year about what the meetups are like.
We try to bring the excitement and the patriotism of a Trump rally to college campuses of all places. So got a couple thousand students waiting for us, and we're going to have a fun time.
Kirk had the view that college campuses were not places where freedom of speech thrived, and this is something he was trying to change and shape.
Well, free speech is our birthright as Americans. When you have free speech, we're going to get closer to the truth, closer to the best way to govern, closer to the best polity for the country. And here in college campuses, they're not places of free speech. They are islands of totalitarianism.
Let's hear more about him now from someone.
Vid not on screen. It is, it's audio.
Also works to get conservatives motivated and activated. Matt Schlapp chairs the American Conservative Union, which organizes the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC. He's also a former White House political director in the administration of George W. Bush, and he's with us now. Mr. Schlapp, this has to be a difficult day.
528's where it starts to get good. How do you...
Thank you so much for...
How do you scroll in a... Oh, it's over... It's in the top right. That's right. 528.
Is... Quite frankly, people in the media, we need to stop villainizing people. You know, people have ideas, and you might not like them. There's a lot of people.
Chairman of CPAC, by the way.
I think are abhorrent. But, you know, would I help them change their tire if they were on the side of the road? I hope I would.
But, you know, on Newsmax yesterday, you called on leaders of the left to stop normalizing hatred and violence.
Never forget, by the way, like right-wingers are aware of the fact that their views are odious, antisocial, and make them wretched people. And that's why they are the only side that talks about this. They are the ones who are always screeching, hey, you should look past the fact that I'm a neo-Nazi. I would still like have dinner with you or something. Because they represent a group of people who are constantly embittered and have a chip on their shoulder over the fact that they know they're unlikable. Conservatives are unlikable. Their politics are unlikable. It's driven by hate and irrationality. They're not enjoyable people to be around. That's why conservative-specific social media groups fail time and time again. They don't want to be with each other either. They don't like it. They don't enjoy their own politics. They don't like life. They don't like each other. So they're desperate for the attention and the affection and the approval of people who are not conservatives, which leads to ridiculous discourse like this, where in between, you know, unhinged screeds about how Democrats need to be eradicated from the face of the country, they proclaim that, you know, they would at the very least be willing to, like, I don't know, share a bag of Funyuns with us.
Are you also calling on leaders of the right to do the same?
Everyone should stop doing that, but the only difference is in the age of Trump is that, you know, there has been a outrageous commentary that goes on and isn't stopped.
2 months ago.
Also, if I may, and I'm just positing this a little bit, but low IQ signals coming off this guy, right? The CPAC chairman, not really getting like a high level of this is the chairman of CPAC. You know, this guy should be on the level, just not really getting that vibe right now.
2 months ago, two elected Democratic state officials and their spouses were shot in Minnesota by a man who had a hit list of 45 elected Democrats he intended to kill. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband attacked in his home. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's official residence set on fire. This would seem to be an equal opportunity problem, right?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it's equal, but I think there were examples on both sides that are repugnant. But I just want to, look, I want to chastise you a little bit here. Someone who's very close to my family and to the conservative movement was assassinated yesterday. We haven't seen really anything like this.
No. Like as she just pointed out, we did see something like this very recently. No, you weren't listening. We had a political assassination like very recently, and every conservative did not give a shit. They were all running to social media to joke about it and to say, well, Tim Walz did it. It was all like a deep state Democrat conspiracy to Tim Walz was going after the loose threads.
Somebody who's not even in elected office. I don't think this is the right moment.
Is it? I'm sorry. Wait. Is that supposed to be more severe when the person who's assassinated isn't a politician? Sorry, I don't think that your life is necessarily more valuable because you're a politician, but in terms of like the severity of political violence, surely the political violence is more severe if it's being conducted against a political official, right? Like that has to be considered an escalatory factor in how political the violence is, right?
Moment for you to say to me that I am not sufficiently concerned about violence that happens from anyone. I think this is a moment to reflect on the life of a young man who made a big...
Seriously, why does he sound like an idiot? Like, I'm just working with audio here, but like, again, CPAC chairman, what the fuck? Why? He sounds like simple. Why am I listening to this? It's crazy. Because he is? Yeah.
Who made a big difference, and a lot of people are mourning it.
Yes.
And it is the wrong time for you to start assigning blame and to say I should have better commentary.
Oh, forgive me, but didn't...
But you were just saying all the people on the left should have better conduct. You literally just said that. It's not just the way he talks, but like the way... Okay, Charlie Kirk was evil, but he was a smart guy. The way he lied and used fallacies and misrepresented and misdirected and did so on was intelligent. He was well practiced at it. This guy is like blundering his way through it. You know? He's oh, that's... But okay, but what about my thing? No, not your thing. Okay, but it's different. Like...
Surface that issue, and am I not listening to you?
I can understand why you're getting defunded. This is outrageous.
I'm sorry.
This young man deserves some...
I can see why you're getting defunded by our political party in an unambiguous partisan attack. How dare you bring up something directly analogous to what I brought up? How dare you respond after I say we need to turn down the political violence in this country, but especially in the left, by pointing out that the right does it too?
Thoughtful appreciation this morning. He's the father of 2 children.
And we certainly are giving him
turning this into...
No, I think we're certainly giving him the attention he deserves. And this is NPR News.
Fucking crybully. This is picture perfect what fascists are. Low IQ, emotionally vulnerable, desperate to one-up the people that they disagree with, but incapable of doing so because their ideology is empirically irrational, right? Highly reliant on like fallacious and magical thinking, and fundamentally at the base a crybully. That's it. Like his final retort was, haha, we're in power, so we're defunding you. No quip, no argument. We always want... It's like the genius serial killer thing. We want to believe that people who are doing harm are doing it as masters of their craft. Like, we want to believe that evil people are powerful and that's how they're doing the evil. It's why people buy into the like, well, the Nazis were mechanical geniuses bullshit or whatever. People like to imagine that when their life is being made worse, at the very least, the people making it worse are like competent, because the alternative, that the world is being made worse by retards, like stupid, fat, blithering, sexually insecure, unimpressive people who just through circumstantial luck managed to rise to the top and are now inflicting their psychosexual hang-ups on you. That's more humiliating. It's easier to believe that they know what they're doing. How do you even deal with something like this? I mean, I think that Michelle Martin did a great job there, personally. Like, it's NPR. She's not going to drop a suplex on the guy, but, you know, she, I feel like that made him look pretty pathetic. She did push back and then cut him off. Yeah, she kind of owned him with that one. With what she just did, the FBI's listed her as a potential suspect in the shooting. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. They're going to deport her. U.S. Marshals have joined the search for the Charlie Kirk shooter, source says. Jesus Christ. Have you ever heard of the phrase, too many cooks in the kitchen? This is, again, really not making them look good. Fucking... Everyone! Get everyone in here. The U.S. Marshal Service had offered to help with the search in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, but that offer was not accepted until the second day of the manhunt. Womp, womp. It's unclear why the marshals were not involved previously in the search, as other officers from different agencies, including Homeland Security Investigations, have been seen canvassing the neighborhood. I have a couple of explanations. It's embarrassing. Also, my guess is that the marshals probably aren't as captured as like the FBI and DHS are super captured. At the very least, like at the top, the FBI is. I wonder if the marshals are as captured. Shots fired at UMass. Come on, man. Can't we get like a single day's break from this shit? I haven't even talked about the Colorado shooting. I was about to. Large police response after shots fired at University of Massachusetts, Boston. That's great, man.
Take you back up to Sky 5, because as we mentioned at the top of the half hour, we are still monitoring this unfolding situation at UMass Boston. You can see people now clearly appear to be evacuating this dorm building. It is 240 Morrissey Boulevard. It's the Motley dorm building. And UMass Boston just issued an alert for a public threat. And so to avoid that area, I'm just being told here in the newsroom. So we saw kind of what began as a small police presence that then rapidly expanded. We saw what appeared to be a couple of dozen officers running toward this Motley dorm building, the East Residence Hall area on Morrissey Boulevard. They all went inside, many carrying long guns.
Not gonna lie, America really seems like hell right now. We're definitely like rapidly destabilizing. I haven't even talked about it yet, but yeah, like you're not gonna believe this, but apparently the school shooting in Colorado. A 16-year-old political extremist. You're never radicalized online by an extremist network. You're never going to guess.
There you can see some of that police presence, and now we just saw what appeared to be a number of workers, perhaps from a dining hall inside that building, being evacuated, as well as others who were in the building.
Yeah, it looked like possibly students walking out as well. There's a lot of urgency happening here, but you just saw several officers go inside that building. We saw
TPUSA? No, you idiot. The same neo-Nazi pedophile cult that keeps grooming these school shooters.
Earlier, again, this is in response to reports of shots fired at UMass Boston. You're seeing again, it looks like folks from campus there just walking off. We now know that UMass is telling everyone to avoid the area if possible. There is some sort of threat in the area. Well, of course, we're going to watch this very closely as this is all unfolding right now.
And we want to be clear here with this UMass Boston situation. Police tell us they were responding to reports of shots fired. There is no confirmation at this time that shots were actually fired in or around this vicinity. We don't know what it was.
Wait, we're just responding to reports? A large police presence has arrived because of reports?
Someone hear a loud noise. Right. They weren't sure. Of course, a lot of college campuses after what happened in Utah yesterday.
Okay, so this is literally just like people are potentially maybe like really nervous right now, so somebody heard a car backfire. Maybe somebody killed themselves in their dorm and they haven't found the body yet. What do we know about the shooter in Colorado?
Justin, we have new details on the school shooting outside of Denver yesterday. CNN's Whitney Wild joins us with the latest. Whitney, what are you learning?
Well, there's some top headlines here, but just to get our viewers up to speed, this shooting happened yesterday afternoon around 2:24 p.m. That was in Mountain Time. This is a large high school. This is 900 kids. There was a student who got onto campus, according to law enforcement, took the bus to school and began shooting at fellow students. 2 classmates are still in critical condition at the hospital. The shooter died of self-inflicted gunshot wound yesterday. Here are the latest updates, Boris. They have now identified that shooter as 16-year-old Desmond Holly. Again, they say he was a student at Evergreen High School. This is about 45 minutes west of Denver. The spokeswoman for this area, this is the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, spokeswoman Jackie Kelly, made the point that this shooter appears to have been a blend of a targeted but somewhat random shooting. And she said that because what they understand about how this happened was the shooter went into the school and began shooting many times. I mean, she could not even give a definitive number of how many times the shooter shot, saying only that the shooter was using a single revolver handgun and reloaded multiple times. And when asked how many times the shooter shot, she simply said a lot. Right now, law enforcement is commending the action.
He was fucking quick loading that shit in the hallways? Okay. Fanning the hammer?
Of both the students and teachers who sadly know this routine very well. They had practiced it. They say that is the reason that so many lives were saved. Here's more from spokeswoman Jackie Kelly.
The students and the staff at the school were amazing. They did their job, they did it well, and lives were saved yesterday because of the actions they took during their lockdown drill. We know that the suspect had a handgun. He had to keep reloading. He would fire and reload, fire and reload, fire and reload. This went on and on. And as he did that, he tried to find new targets. And he came up against a roadblock on many of those doors. He couldn't get to those kids.
Boris, what Kelly also said is that the school normally...
Europeans make fun of us for our culture of frequent mass shootings and school shootings in particular, but what they don't praise us for is the fact that we all have, you know, locks and bulletproof windows in our classroom doors. Give us some credit.
Does have a school resource officer. They used to have a full-time resource officer, but now they are working on a blend because that school resource officer, who's normally full-time, was on medical leave. And at the time, a school resource officer was on campus until 10:30, 2 hours before the shooting, but had been dispatched to a traffic accident. So at the very moment of that shooting, there was no school resource officer on campus, Boris.
Whitney Wild, thank you.
Damn, what bad timing. Student who shot 2 others at Colorado school was radicalized. Has been radicalized by an extremist network, the authorities said. They got that pretty quickly, huh? Almost certainly those Nazi freaks. Mr. Hawley brought quite a bit of ammunition with him and he continued to reload. This is such a bizarre school shooting mental image of a person whose only weapon is a 6-shooter and they just have like a fucking hip bag, like a fanny pack full of 357 and it just like keeps fishing in there and reloading the cylinder. A bandolier, yeah. I wonder what evidence they have. Like, they say radicalized by an extremist network, but no specific information's been provided. Calling it an extremist network just makes it sound very, like, purposeful, you know? Not extremist content online, not, like, you know, extremist ideology, but an extremist network. It's a very purposeful language, which makes me think that the evidence for it is very, obvious, and they just haven't gotten around to releasing it. Two more updates to NYT. With few facts about the Kirk shooting, wild speculations abound. Yeah, no kidding. The FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy Dan Bongino are traveling to Utah to more directly oversee the manhunt. Fuck, they're both going there. You think the investigation is going to be conducted more smoothly with some of the FBI agents being tasked with, like, refilling the brain force pills that Dan constantly chews down? Just going to distract good men from doing their job. We got our best boys on the case. Kash Patel fired the head of the FBI field office for Salt Lake City just a few weeks ago. I love this country, man. Love this fucking country. I gotta say, I really don't think that Nazism would have worked in Germany in the 1930s if when Hitler took power, he then had to replace every single person in power who wasn't like the 5 guys already around him. You know what I mean? Like if they had to go about replacing every single chief of police, every single military officer, I feel like that would have really slowed them down. Really get in the way. I mean, he kind of did, didn't he? He started with a lot of support in the right place, from industrialists, police, judges, and the military. He got rid of a lot of people, but it was more of a, like, over time, he consolidated thing, not so much like, okay, it's day one, time to clear out the swamp, drain the swamp, let's fire literally everyone with any knowledge on anything. And a country used to be a lot easier to manage back then. Back then, managing the economy of a country was just making sure that your grain production matched your, like, iron cog production. It was a simpler time, you know? Just make sure that the rubber is vulcanized, make sure that your bushels are coming in aplenty, and you're pretty much set. Did we catch Pete Hegseth's nonsense speech today?
I'd also be remiss if I did not acknowledge why that flag is at half-staff.
You would not.
We lost an incredible American today. A dear friend of mine.
Do all YouTubers get this privilege now? Are we going to get like a 21-gun salute when Mr. Beast does a video about like caving or something and gets stuck in a crevice that's 2 inches wide?
If you knew him, you love him. His name is Charlie Kirk. Taken by an assassin's bullet. Unfathomable. The only assurance I can take is that I know he is with his Lord and Savior right now. He has heard the words.
Did you see he tweeted, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant," like he's fucking God? Dude, Christian nationalists love their heresy, man. They love that shit. They love their like weird LARPy. He tweeted that. He tweeted, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant."
Well done, good and faithful servant.
Oh. Well, he also tweeted it. Heretical and gay.
As I know many of you will hear. And I didn't quite know what to do after that news with the rest of the day. But I know what felt fitting was to definitely come here and be with all of you. Not media, not anything. Just you don't do this for media. You don't do this for recognition. You do this because you love your country.
These guys are forced to be here, by the way. Yeah, it is extremely funny to do this as like a PR bit, but all the people standing to attention literally have to as part of their job. Like, there's no one is here of their own will. Or if they are, we don't know it.
In your communities in quiet ways that a lot of people don't understand. And so being here with you, with people who give so much, who put their lives at risk, and their families know it, is exactly where I should be and where we should all be. So if you would...
Addressing a group of soldiers to talk about the heroic sacrifice for one's country a YouTuber has made. It's fucking incredible. He put his life on the line every day! Let him be an inspiration to all of you. By the way, we're invading Venezuela.
Bow your head with me and join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power.
Wait, soldiers have to pray? No, but like, we're violating the law every day, all the time anyway. Like, no, you actually can't force a bunch of soldiers to pray. Soldiers can choose to participate in services if they want to. I don't think these people chose to be here. I think he just like grabbed a bunch of, you know, grabbed a bunch of soldiers from a local base.
And the glory forever and ever.
Also, like, fuck, I try not to make the Pete Hegseth is a drunkard jokes because they're, let's be real here, really unfunny. Like, just pointing out that he's drunk isn't funny. You have to make a joke. You people always forget the joke part. You might as well be making a Trump tiny hands joke nonstop. But oh my God, is he swaying. Jesus Christ, look at this.
Trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Look at him. He
For
has
thine
to
is
keep
the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Lord Jesus, be with Charlie, his family, his kids, his community, and this country. Welcome him into your arms. Comfort them when we don't understand your plan. We know your will be done. We don't always know what that means, but we know it is in your hands. And I ask that you watch over all these men and women here who put their lives on the line. Protect them. Tonight, tomorrow night, next week, and the months ahead. Lord God, protect them. And we put them under your shield of protection. It is in your Son, Jesus Christ's name, we pray. Amen.
Great stuff. Apparently for the Venezuela drug boat, we went back and shot the survivors in the water. That's cool. Yeah, as you do.
Well, what for us? Well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some of the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. And they literally will kill those with whom they disagree, just as their predecessor leftists Marx and Stalin and Lenin and Pol Pot and Fidel Castro did.
Oh, and Hitler. If you're going for the sweep, you might as well say that Hitler was a socialist too, right? I don't know. I don't give a shit. It's difficult to take them seriously when they've been Civil War posting nonstop every day for like a decade. Seriously, what are you supposed to register as an escalation of rhetoric? All of them have been saying that the Democrats are a disease, a degenerate party of an evil ideology, that they support Hitler and Stalin, and that every single Democrat is a communist, and communist means Stalin, and Stalin means killing 80 million people. They've been saying this every day for years. There's no escalation to be had. You already talk about civil war nonstop. Past a certain point, the only way for them to escalate would be to start a civil war. Not to encourage them. I don't want them to. But, like, seriously, they Civil War post over everything. It's so lazy. Anytime anything happens, all of their grifty fucking pundits run to social media to type out, "This is war. They've gone too far this time." You said that when they changed the Redskins logo. And I'm not kidding. You did say that when they changed the Redskins logo. That's not even a joke. None of you are escalating because all of you only want to be the abstract, like, purveyors of civil war from a distance. None of you want to die because none of you have any convictions, because none of you believe in making the world better or even different. You have no political imaginations. You have a vague psychosexual embitterment. You have a chip on your shoulder, you know? Oh man, the anime profile picture neo-Nazis on Twitter are saying that this is the final straw. They've been saying that for 10 years. Non-stop. And they don't want anything to happen. They just want a virtue or vice signal to their fucking weird lolicon fans or whatever. They're just, like, it's a lack of conviction born of the fact that at the end of the day, the Democrats aren't really like doing anything to them at all. Potato chip terrorism, yeah. Bob Onder is a piece of shit. He wants reparations for Jan 6 terrorists. Yeah, but he doesn't actually want reparations for January 6 terrorists. He wants likes on social media for saying that. He's not actually fighting for it. He's just another Nancy Mace, you know? Like, there's no conviction. There's no, like, real meaningful pursuit. They're not digging their heels into the ground for this. You know what's a good example of a person who is a social media personality but really did care about something? Jon Stewart and 9/11 victims' medical care. Jon Stewart doggedly pursued medical care for first responders at Ground Zero, and he did so well beyond just farming likes on social media or whatever the fuck, you know. He did so very consistently. That's a thing he actually believed in. He fought for it. But these people, they have a new cause every day. Today it's this. Yesterday it was January 6th, people deserve reparations. The day before that, it's I don't know. Remember saving the poor victims of racial persecution, the whites from South Africa, when we got like 20 fat fucks with pasty skin in from South Africa, and that was then the cause of the right? What happened after that? Nothing? No follow-ups on their lives? No additional refugees from South Africa fleeing anti-white violence? It was just a fucking meme, dog. Just a social media bit. None of them believe in anything. I forgot about them. Don't worry, they did too. Well, anyway. Stewart 2028? No, I didn't say that. I don't recall saying that. Remember when Grok wouldn't shut up about white genocide? Yeah, it lasted a day and then it moved on. Everything ends and then it moves on. Some of them went back to South Africa because they arrived here and got no assistance. Like they were just instantly homeless. That's so fucking funny. Literally, like they don't believe, none of these white supremacists believe in white supremacy. They don't believe in anything. I guess you couldn't really expect much else from Christian nationalists who are Protestant, who ally with trad-cath converts, who then go to Utah and argue that they're ideological allies with Mormons. Okay. It reminds me of Hitler saying the Japanese were honorary Aryans, you know? Like, okay, fucking sure. Yeah. Is it really better if they believe in fascism? No one believes in fascism. I'm not saying what is or isn't better. I'm just saying that it's really difficult to get a genuine litmus test on what any of their rhetoric is meant to mean when they talk about civil war after the Aunt Jemima lady gets replaced with a non-Aunt Jemima lady, you know? This means war, and it's Western localizers editing the outfit of a 12-year-old girl in a Japanese fighting game so that you can't see her pussy lips through the leotard or something. This is the last fucking straw! Yeah, okay. The liberals don't realize what they've done. They've crossed the line. It's like a Fallout Enclave silhouette with a Sonnengrad behind it holding a rifle. Flashing my little Dark Age edit playing in the background. Yeah, okay. This means war and it's the Cracker Barrel logo? Literally. No, anyway. Sorry, I'm getting too. I'm spinning on it right now. I need to get back to the brass tacks. 2 more updates on the NYT feed. Flags at Guantanamo Bay McDonald's were lowered to half staff to honor Charlie. That rules. Laugh all you want, Euroids. This is the greatest honor an American can offer. This is for 9/11, bro. This isn't for Charlie Kirk. That's a different thing. Different sing? I can't talk. I am hungry. Holy shit, we've almost gotten rid of all the tabs. We've almost gotten rid of all the goddamn tabs. That's crazy. Wait, 1 second. I have to fucking sign into the Atlantic. One second. What in the ever-loving fuck? Create an account. No, sign in. Sign in through your institution? God damn it, I forget how to do this. Here, I'll just find the excerpts that I'm looking for. Hunk. Shut the fuck up. Like you have a goddamn Atlantic account. Piece of shit. Trying to make fun of me. As you all know, I'll just keep it short in light of recent news. As you all know, Kamala Harris is writing a book, or perhaps has written a book, called 107 Days, in which she talks about her super-duper short presidential campaign. We don't like Kamala Harris around here, obviously, but there are some interesting excerpts that have been released ahead of time, no doubt to foster attention and controversy. Not surprising there. Really, really, really like the picture they've chosen here, by the way, for the cover, or at least for the article that they wrote at The Atlantic, in light of the contents of the article. Exclusive. Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election in 2024, quote, wasn't a choice that should have been left to an individual's ego, an individual's ambition, end quote, Kamala Harris writes in her forthcoming memoir. Really? Do you think that? She is finally shit-talking Biden. She is finally turning her back on Biden. Way too late, so no points for it. Sorry, but it's finally happening. Worse, I often learned that the president's staff was adding fuel to negative narratives that sprang up around me. One narrative that took a stubborn hold was that I held a chaotic office and unusually high staff turnover during my first year. Joe was already pulling badly on the age issue, with roughly 75% of voters saying he was too old to be an effective president. Then he started taking on water for his perceived blank check to Benjamin Netanyahu in Gaza. When polls indicated I was getting more popular, the people around him didn't like the contrast that was emerging. People have been shot when they stormed a food truck, and I spoke of families reduced to eating leaves or animal feed, women prematurely giving birth with little to no medical care, and children dying from malnutrition and dehydration. I reiterated my strong support for Israel's security and called on Hamas to release the hostages and accept the ceasefire agreement then on the table. I also called on Israel for greater access to aid. It was a speech that had been vetted and approved by the White House and the National Security Council. It went viral, and the West Wing was displeased. I was castigated for, apparently, delivering it too well. Their thinking was zero-sum. If she's shining, he's dimmed. None of them grasped that if I did well, he did well. That given the concerns about his age, my visible success as his VP was vital. It would serve as a testament to his judgment in choosing me and reassurance that if something happened, the country was in good hands. My success was important for him. His team didn't get it. Essentially, Biden's team of insiders and staffers actively worked to sabotage Kamala Harris's popularity because their only goal was continuing to suck up to Biden and feed his ego. Now, to be clear, fuck Kamala Harris. None of this is meant to in any way vindicate her. She remains every single negative thing that I have described her to be. But apparently, like, the degree of self-sabotage was way more systematic and way more extensive than people thought. Like, the Democratic Party genuinely let Biden's ego tank the 2024 election. It's insane. It's unbelievable. Now, Kamala Harris is just complicit for allowing this to happen, remaining a coward and not speaking out the entire time. When Fox News attacked me on everything from my laugh to my tone of voice to whom I dated in my 20s or claimed I was a DEI hire, the White House rarely pushed back with my actual resume. Lorraine Voles, my chief of staff, constantly had to advocate for my role at events. She's not going to stand there like a potted plant, give her 2 minutes of remarks, have her introduce the president. They had a huge comms team. They had Karine Jean-Pierre briefing in the press room every day, but getting anything positive said about my work or any defense against untrue attacks was almost impossible. Now, I don't necessarily agree with her framing here for a variety of reasons, but like it does seem like, you know how we criticize the Democrats for operating as a kind of pension plan for their oldest members? It's her turn, it's his turn, etc. They did the same thing with the House Oversight Committee, where AOC, who was much more popular, was passed over for that cancer-ridden dipshit who fucking died 2 days later because he was older, because he'd been waiting for longer. Who'd been waiting for longer than Joe Biden, man? Joe Biden's been in politics since fucking the 1960s or whatever. It was his turn. That's what we're dealing with here. It's just as self-serving as anything the Trump administration's done. At least the Trump administration does it in like an openly, obviously corrupt way. You know, Trump coin, not divesting from his industries, open corruption, Qatar gifts a jet, whatever else. With Biden, it was all just an ego trip. He sacrificed the party and the country in a doomed 2024 election bid for no reason other than because he felt like it was his turn to have 2 presidential terms. Biden was actual DEI? Not a joke, he actually was. Isn't that insane? It's nice that she's finally throwing him under the bus. But yeah, no, like the fact that Kamala Harris was not willing to speak about any of this at any point during her campaign or any time leading up to the 2024 election is inexcusable. Like, how can she be trusted to represent the American people if she's willing to be party to and witness that level of corruption and egotism at the expense of the country without saying anything? Like, if you're the kind of person who will just meekly sit on the sidelines and let all of that happen, then obviously you can't be a good president. Like, you're part of the problem. I was the first vice president to have a dedicated press pool tracking my every public move. Before me, vice presidents had what's called a supplemental pool, as the First Lady does, covering important events. Because of this constant attention, things that had never been especially newsworthy about the VP were suddenly reported and scrutinized. And when the stories were unfair or inaccurate, the president's inner circle seemed fine with it. Indeed, it seemed as if they decided I should be knocked down a little more. The VP should take on irregular migration. When Republicans mischaracterized my role as border czar, no one in the White House comms team helped me to effectively push back and explain what I had really been tasked to do, nor to highlight any of the progress I had achieved. So this, to me, enormous cuckold shit. You would not see a Republican talking this way. Like, this is a fault on the part of the Biden White House, But at the same time, you are the vice president. You have so much power. You can call press conferences. You can say whatever you want into the microphone. You have an unbelievable amount of power. You can go do press appearances. Like, J.D. Vance is out there doing shit constantly. Probably in large part because, you know, Trump is a stroked out puddle of soup in a bowl. But also because he's, you know, a loudmouth. He has the ability to do these things. The president can't stop the VP from doing these. Everyone understands that, right? The president isn't literally the vice president's boss in that way. Like, the vice president can talk to people and make appearances and so on of their own volition. It was her willingness to be complicit here that was the problem. I won commitments of $5.2 billion in new investments by private companies for the region. I already sent almost $1 billion of that money, but thanks to enthusiastic partners such as MasterCard, Microsoft, and Nespresso. Thanks, lady. Thanks, lady. The idea I kept hearing growing up was the VP was a nobody job with no power. The VP does not have many official roles or expectations, but unofficially, they have the power of the pulpit, which Biden was historically bad at using, and frankly, so was Kamala Harris. The VP has the ability to go out there and talk, which is the main power a politician has. That's the main thing they do. Don't they preside over the Senate? Yeah, but that shit's not. That's not as important as the pulpit. There are more important things that they do. Axios got a response from the Biden camp. They're livid, apparently. Really? Former Biden aides reacted with rage to an excerpt from Kamala Harris's upcoming book. She had basically zero substantive role in any of the administration's key work streams, and instead would just dive bomb in for stilted photo ops. Oh, they're fucking mad. You bet they'd be mad at Kamala Harris for appearing for photo ops, considering how averse they were to letting Biden appear in front of a camera ever. Axios, when did you start requiring subscriptions? Oh my God. Nothing is sacred anymore? Yeah, no kidding. There we go. The release of the excerpt from her book, 107 Days, due out September 23rd, has exposed years of hurt feelings and frustrations. VP Harris was simply not good at the job, said one former Biden White House official. Oh my God. They're really fighting. They really kept a lid on it? Because they're so dickless, man. Democrats don't want to be politicians. They want to be bureaucrats. Oh my fucking God. I'm not sure the very robust defense of not having the courage to speak up in the moment about Biden running is quite as persuasive as she thinks it is. If this is her attempt at political absolution, lots of luck in your senior year. Oh, shit. Oh. Actual banger. Oh my God. Jesus. Said one former Biden aide, a nod to a longtime Biden saying. The same aide, referring to Harris's duties in trying to reduce unauthorized migration, argued, on the border stuff in particular, I'd also say if she had spent a fraction of the time and energy doing the work she did on complaining about how she was perceived, she would have been perceived a whole lot better. Jesus fucking Christ. The drama really hits different when you hate both groups. Yup. Two bad bitches, except in the opposite direction. The only silver lining is this might kill her chances as governor. She said she's not running for governor. I think she does want to run for president again. I hope this kills her chances, yeah. I don't want to see her, Newsom, Buttigieg. I don't want to see fucking Cooper. I don't want to see any of these people up there. I know I will, but I don't want to. Former Biden Chief of Staff Ron Klain was more conciliatory. No shit, he's going on the record. I thought she did a good job as VP, and I feel badly she found the experience negative. Other former Biden aides said he made a mistake picking Harris as VP in the first place, and fumed that Harris was now using Democratic Party resources to sell a book that could divide the party. Oh my God, man. Hold on one second. Being so fucking loud outside. I had to close the window. One day I'll get an AC unit, and then I can have the window closed all the time. Make sure to donate so that I can afford to. Thank you. Would you support Walz running again? I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's a lesser evil thing. None of these people are captivating. He doesn't have the hate. Yeah, he doesn't have the hate. You need vindictiveness. Who would you like to run? Right now, there is not a single Democrat who I would be even remotely satisfied with. They have all been so weak and so inept and so complicit in this administration that I think that all of them, that none of them deserve it. Mamdani? Mamdani's mayor of New York. I'm talking about viable candidates. He can't even run, yeah. Bashir might be a good candidate. Fuck off. You want to keep this cycle going forever? Whitmer? Yeah, Whitmer, the lady who, right after Trump won, rushed over to the Oval Office to do some photo ops where she ashamedly hid in a corner before discussing, like, policy agenda plans with him. She had the folder to cover her face. Yeah, it was pathetic. Cory Booker. Fuck you. Get this shit out of here. None of them are worth it. Andy Bashir? No! Only someone capable of expressing outright contempt towards this administration and everything that it represents is even remotely qualified. You know it's going to be Newsom, right? Yeah, I love how Newsom's been doing this bit about how he's the real Republican-hating anti-MAGA fighter, and then Charlie Kirk died, and he put a fucking op-ed out about how epic and great Charlie Kirk was. That was super great. Yeah. Definitely the warrior we need right now against the onslaught of fascism. All right, New York Times, what do we got? Trump expressed confidence law enforcement would soon catch Charlie Kirk's killer. Oh, that'll do it. Trump said he spoke with Charlie Kirk's wife. Trump said he would attend Charlie Kirk's funeral. Yeah, okay. We're never getting that press conference, huh? We are never getting that press conference. They're never going to do this fucking press conference. Officials, rapid developments in Charlie Kirk shooting investigation. Please.
The FBI and Utah police postponing a news conference, citing, quote, rapid developments in
Oh, fuck. How old is this? The video was posted 7 minutes ago. How old was this broadcast?
our investigation, end quote. And now a source tells CNN that FBI Director Kash Patel is en route to Utah to assist the investigation.
Around an hour old.
Hello, everyone. I'm Casey Hunt. Welcome to the arena. Those rapid developments coming just hours after they released these photos of a person of interest connected to the case. The person seen wearing a hat, sunglasses, a long sleeve shirt. Let's be clear. The FBI says this is a person of interest. They have not yet identified them formally as a suspect. Earlier in the day, police announced that they've recovered what they believe to be the murder weapon, a high-powered rifle alongside ammunition and a screwdriver in a wooded area near the crime scene. Sources tell CNN that the rifle and the ammunition were marked with phrases related to cultural issues. We are still working through what those phrases and cultural issues are, but authorities are analyzing them as they try to identify the suspect. The FBI is now offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to their arrest.
Any attack on the First Amendment is an
This is from like 6 hours ago.
attack on the very foundation of our democracy.
Just put the panel in the bag.
All right, our panel is here, but then we're going to get started with our CNN team. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez, national correspondent Nick Watt, who is on the campus of Utah Valley University. CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes is with us, and CNN's senior law enforcement analyst, the former deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, is here. And Kristen, I do want to start with you because any minute now, the vice president, J.D. Vance, set to land in Utah. We now know Kash Patel is also on his way there. What else are you hearing from this administration as they grapple with the death of a close friend and, of course, a key political ally?
Well, Casey, look, there's still a lot of grief, there's a lot of sadness, and there's also a lot of anger. But one thing to point out about what we're seeing with Vice President J.D. Vance, I mean, they are clearly treating Charlie Kirk like he's not just part of the administration, but that he was part of their actual families. Vice President J.D. Vance was supposed to be in New York on 9/11 to commemorate that. Instead, he flew to Utah while there is an investigation into a assassin who targeted a conservative activist, a friend of his, who is still on the loose, so not ideal security-wise, to meet with Kirk's family and then bring Kirk's body back to Arizona, where he is from, on Air Force Two. You obviously are seeing this enhancement from the FBI, bringing out the director to have him on the ground as well. They are treating this in every aspect as though Kirk was a member of their own family, and in some ways, when you talk to these administration officials and these Trump advisors, they feel like he was. They do feel this sense of loyalty to one another, a very small, tight-knit group of people who has been with Trump for so many years.
That's great. It's good. It's good. Keep reaffirming this. It's very good and very normal to constantly repeat like close-knit blood ties between political elites and media pundits who work in concert to advance a political agenda. Definitely like anti-deep state shit, you know?
And they believe that Kirk was part of that. So that's why you're seeing such a difficulty with this White House as they grapple with this. We just heard from Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. She did an interview with
It is also true that the priorities here are basically an explicit acknowledgement from the administration that Charlie Kirk's death was worse than 9/11, which I don't know. I'd have to go to Hassan Piker to get like a ethical litmus test on that point.
Jennings on his radio show, where she said she talked to all of them last night, all of the staffers, saying go home and hug your family and then speak louder, because that's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. This is hitting them all very hard, and it's something that I'm talking to a number of these Trump advisors who say they're still processing it.
No, of course, incredibly difficult to grapple with on so many levels for them. Evan Perez, the news conference that was scheduled for this afternoon
Hold on a sec, I hear cats
was
fighting.
postponed because of these, quote, rapid developments. What might that mean? What are your sources telling you about the investigation?
Well, we know right now that there's still no arrest, and so whatever rapid developments are, do not involve an arrest, and so the FBI is still grappling with really trying to get the public to provide tips.
They were fighting over the dang chair, the plushy chair seat. They must have been battling over it. It's okay. I've reminded them that I am the largest cat in the house.
The reason why you've seen those new images, I think there was a debate behind the scenes, because investigators tend to want to keep these details to themselves while they work the investigative details, the evidence that they have at hand. But it might be an indication that they really have run out of those, and so they need the public to provide more tips. And so that's where we're at. The biggest piece of evidence right now so far is really the firearm that has been recovered. We talked a little bit about, and you mentioned those markings, those etchings that were on the firearm, and I should note that those were from initial reports from the field that some analysts have been interpreting what they mean. Until there's an arrest, we don't know exactly what those mean, and so that's part of the reason why
I really want to know what the fuck they mean by cultural writings on the gun and the bullet casing. If anything, you'd think they would release that information immediately because there's not really a benefit to keeping it hidden. It could potentially assist in the investigation. I really want to know what the fuck they mean. It's like if that gun picture was accurate, they found it last night, which means that it's been at a minimum like 12 hours since they had that evidence. By now you'd think we would at least have like a transcript of what was written there.
I think investigators are hesitant about drawing any conclusions about this, Casey. And at this point, again, because time is of the essence, they need to find a way to find this person before they perhaps carry out another shooting. I mean, that's the other possibility here that investigators have to keep in mind, that this person was doing this.
The source for the Wall Street Journal was Steven Crowder? No fucking way. No fucking way. Really? That can't be real. Exclusive this morning, my team received an email from an officer at ATF. The email included a screenshot of what appeared to be an internal message describing a weapon and cartridges located by ATF and other law enforcement near the scene of Charlie Kirk shooting it. Just received word my company is being subpoenaed by the ATF. No deals yet. What? There's no way. Wait, what information is he offering? What is he even saying he did? Provide expert insight? The bullet had the letters TRN on it? No. No. It can't be that. We live in a very, very, very stupid reality, but I refuse to believe that the ATF interpreted the brand print on the bottom of the casing as trans. I don't think that's true. It is very funny to imagine a reality where that's possible, so I'm putting it up anyway, but I don't believe that's true. I really, truly don't believe that's true, and I'm not encouraging people to believe this. But it would be funny. Okay. Here's the thing from Steven Crowder. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3-ounce spent rounds topped with magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace been submitted. ATF SOC is working leads generated by the trace. Okay, so this is a quote. Email included a screenshot, other law enforcement. So this is an email that he received from the ATF. So this information was broke by Steven Crowder by a Chud officer who gave him information before anyone else in press. Allegedly received. That's what we're working with here. Oh my God. He just took a fucking picture of the screen. Denver FD? Teams.doj.gov. I don't know enough to. I don't know anything. I don't know. It's Crowder. Anything Crowder's associated with is illegitimate by default. I don't have to engage with that. I don't have to engage with this bullshit, okay? The New York Times said that a person working with the ATF could not corroborate that information. I'm sure they would know.
And may have other possible targets in mind, and so that is also a top concern for investigators. But the reason the fact that you have Kash Patel going to the scene, Dan Bongino, I'm told, is also headed there. He's the deputy director of the FBI. What it tells you is that this is a high priority for the FBI, for this administration, and it's for those reasons that Kristen just laid out there just a couple of minutes.
Wait. 2 law enforcement sources told CNN that agents quickly ran an initial search on one of the markings, including a series of arrows. Do you mean the German anti-fascist, like 3 downward right directional arrows? Is that what we're talking about? Wait, are we talking about images, not writing? We're talking about images? Okay, hold on. What image could you engrave on a cartridge that indicates support for trans people? Genuine question. You can't engrave a trans flag. That's just like a 4 horizontal lines in a box. A shark? You think they engraved a Bluehoi on the casing? The 30-06, they're in there with like a little chisel doing the details on the shark. Celeste from Celeste? Maybe. That's really fucking funny.
Yeah, no, of course. And let's bring in, on that note, Nick Watt. You're on the ground in Utah. What are you seeing? What are you hearing from a community that is, of course, mourning, but also concerned about some of the things that Evan was just laying out? There's a gunman on the loose.
Well, you know, local officials were quick to
How the fuck are these rapid developments, by the way?
Assure people here to say this was a targeted killing. They don't believe that the public is at risk. Now, listen, before Charlie Kirk came here, this campus was divided. A lot of people didn't want him to come. There was a petition trying to stop him coming. Now, this campus, although it's not in session, these students are kind of united in their condemnation of violence. You know, it's been an interesting morning. It's now, by the way, 24 hours plus since the shooting. First thing this morning, we were told there were some key developments overnight. We were told that they had this good video of the suspect, that they were using technology, and they were very confident that they were going to extract an identification.
Which they couldn't do. And also no video has been released. It's just these images of a guy. They don't have like anyone holding a gun wrapped in a towel.
An ID from that video. A couple of hours later, they clearly hadn't managed to do that, and that's when they released these images. Then we had this press conference that was supposed to happen about an hour ago, postponed because of rapid developments, then the $100,000 reward. Meantime, there are local officers as well as federal agents combing the area to the north, to the other side of this campus, which is where officials say this suspect fled. They are going door to door asking for ring camera video. They are trying to piece together his movements. And as the FBI special agent said this morning, you know, we don't know how far he's gone. And remember, it's been 24 hours. So, you know, we were inside the campus building earlier, and it was interesting to see.
Like the idea of the law enforcement getting ring camera footage, but not it's not useful to them. So the only way they use it is to give it to media to prove that they are getting ring camera footage. We don't have the suspect, but we do have the officer asking to use the ring camera footage.
Some of the aftermath of the reaction. Of course, people are conditioned when they hear a gunshot to believe that there are going to be more. I was walking through inside the building and you could see a banana peel, a half-empty bag of chips, people who had just left their stuff and run. There were chairs knocked over. You you could see the aftermath of that panic. Meantime, as you say, there is thoughts for the family, who we are now told Charlie Kirk's wife and children were actually here. There is a small memorial, and as you say, Charlie Kirk's body will be taken from here in Utah to Arizona later. So shock
on Air Force 2, yeah, on 9/11.
And as I say, a community that was divided over whether Kirk should come, now pretty much united in the belief that he should not have been killed. Back to you.
Great stuff.
Nick, can I also ask you about this spot shadow video of someone on the roof from yesterday? What do we know about that?
Yeah. Well, nothing further. I mean, you can see it was shot from inside the building right after the shot was fired, and you see this dark figure running across the roof. Now, that roof, we saw police tape up there later. We believe that that is the position from which the shooter loosed off that one round that killed Charlie Kirk. About 150 yards. Clear line of sight across one other roof. Then local officials tell us they believe that this gunman turned, ran, jumped down from the roof, and as I say, fled through.
How far of a drop is that, by the way? I thought like no explanation had been provided as to how he dropped down from the roof, and he would have had to do so while holding an assembled firearm, a long gun. So you can't exactly do. There are ladders there. Okay. But how long of a ladder slide would it be then?
Neighborhood to the north. That is where they found this weapon. That is where they are concentrating all of their investigations right now. Multiple different locations. We've been told that they basically, the crime scenes are dependent on where the victim and the suspect traveled. And they have managed to put together a bit of a timeline. They now say that the suspect arrived just off campus 11:52. The Charlie Kirk event started at 12. This is all local time. 12:20 is when that round was fired. And, you can see from the image, as we were told this morning, that this suspect is college age and, as we were told, could easily have blended in with the 3,000 or so people who were here on this campus to listen to Charlie Kirk and to debate with Charlie Kirk. So that is the focus right now, this photo and anything that they can find in that neighborhood over there. But listen, as I say,
worthless. Instagram reel Trump presser account?
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of...
No, that's good. That's great. Please. Yep. Love desktop Instagram, man.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of...
Oh, okay, sure. Well, you know what? Find a different website to host your goddamn Trump updates, okay? That's the stroke. Oh, are you suggesting that this is live video footage, or like the video is continuing to play right now? The stroke is just preventing him from moving. He's frozen. I think it can do that. Great stuff. Great stuff. I can't do a fucking I can't do a 27-hour stream today, guys. I'm sorry. I was hoping that they would announce a new date for, or sorry, not a new date, a new time for the press conference. But right now it looks like there's nothing. Yeah, they're just not going to have a press conference. It'd be too embarrassing. You're telling me the news is stretching out content? I'm telling you that it's fucking embarrassing that this is all they have to work with. It is embarrassing for them. Here's another Insta link of the Trump presser. Why Insta?
Not really. I'm really concerned.
What is this low IQ shit? Why the fuck is it's like Twitter text cropped above? And what is this? What is this aspect ratio for the video?
For our country, we have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, how do you want to see your supporters respond to this? Charlie Kirk was a big advocate of nonviolence and free speech on campus. How do you want your supporters to respond to it?
I think that way. He was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond. Say it?
Did you speak with his family?
I did. I spoke to Erica, his wife, and we had a long talk, and she's devastated. She is absolutely devastated, as you can imagine.
Are you concerned?
You can still see his fucking face droop here. Just a little bit, at least. So what if it's actually Nazi Groyper stuff? It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't make a difference to them. Oh, dude, my back has been killing me lately, man. I gotta do the stretches. Oh. I gotta do the stretches. Stretch every morning, you'll regret it. I already am, buddy. I already am. It's already happening. Unk is vashed. How is Palantir this incompetent? It's kind of comforting. They probably, Utah probably wasn't like the first place that Palantir rolled out all of their super spooky ultra surveillance tech, you know? Probably a little bit of a deficit going on over there. Well, in the absence of any additional news, I'm going to read donos, and I'm going to do the boring stuff now. If you're watching and you've enjoyed and you haven't subscribed, it's a moral failing on your part, and you're going to go to hell. So make sure that you do, especially now that YouTube is censoring content that isn't child-friendly. And by child-friendly, they mean like, Jesus, I don't know, like a Hey Arnold episode will get you censored by the protected mode. What's it called again? Protected mode on the settings? You want that off. You don't want that on. You want that off. The AI just hiding a ton of shit from you. Restricted mode. Yeah. And over here, chatsvosh.gg. It's my own website, so people can post funny frogs. YouTube chat just isn't that good. I'm not talking about the quality of the people there. I'm talking about the quality of YouTube's live streaming chat infrastructure, which is subpar, certainly compared to Twitch. Now the people here suck too. YouTube mods speaking up. All right, I'm going to read donos. I'm going to have to do so relatively quickly. There's also a lot of donos that I need to get to from yesterday. And I will read those quite quickly. I'll have to read those quite quickly. Dick Thulu, welcome back to town. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Superbad06 and AlexMex90, thank you for the $5 and tier 1 sub respectively. Tamora, thank you for the $5. Just found out a second ago that my department has a 3,500 part order for the DHS, and I don't know how to feel about it. They are a big, they do buy a lot. You know, it's kind of hard to evade the specter of the DHS, you know, the shadow they cast over a wide variety of industries. Tamora, thank you for the 5. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the 5 likewise. And same to Bananable. Thank you, thank you. Regarding the audio issue, one side is flipped while the other isn't. Mono audio usually adds the two sides together. Are you saying in OBS it just chooses a side to pull from? It doesn't like average between the two? Sophie sells shells. Thank you for the $5. The ammo is from Tehran, Turkish ammo. Well, I know that ammunition is, but that wasn't the bullet found at the scene. It was 30-06 in that rifle, not 9mm. Okay, a bunch of the donations from last night were when I was playing Silksong. High quality Silksong gameplay, by the way. You know, many people fail to acknowledge my skill in this regard. But it was good, you know. We shawed, we Adidamed very well, in my opinion. Thunderhead Aster, thank you for the $5. Bjornhold Verts, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. B-Bird, thank you for the very kind $15 dono. Angry Genius and Devena, thank you for the $5 both. And Sleazy E, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. SamFan155, thank you for the $10. Yeah, Twitter's a shithole right now. Eddie666, Marf Meth, Shrug and Bug, and Salafraz, thank you for the Tier 1 subs. Our Soda Pop, thank you for the $5. Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. Likewise, Finished Theologian. And Evil Betty, Slightly Ticklish, thank you for the $10. And Apes in the Plan, thank you for the incredibly kind Tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. My goodness. Big Scoots, thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. And Sake from today says, Ilhan has always been my favorite squad member. Thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs.
How cynical is it for big name figures on the right, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, many others, Nancy Mace yesterday, saying this is a Democratic Party problem, as if people like you are not getting death threats all the time, credible ones?
I mean, it's actually disgusting. And, you know, it reminds you that although these people...
By the way, every single time a Democrat, politician or otherwise, any single time any of them receive a death threat or racial hatred or anything like that, they should post it along with the @ of the person who sent it. It is insane that the right gets to cry bully over every single threat, every single perceived threat, everything. But actual assassinations of the Democrats get like washed over, get taken not seriously. Like you know, if Ilhan Omar gets 1,000 messages a day about how she's an N-word or whatever should burn, you know, she should be posting that shit. We really need to put more of a spotlight on how vile these people are. Just posted a press release? A press release? Not a conference? Multiple leads currently being investigated. No suspect is in custody. Tip line. A high-powered bolt-action rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. Experts at the FBI are analyzing the weapon. They are reportedly photos of a weapon and various details about the firearm and ammunition, including inscriptions and symbols. At the time, we're not able to provide further detail on the content of those inscriptions. Additionally, we are not able to confirm individual photos' authenticity as these photos were not released by law enforcement. We are not confirming further details at this time. Footwear impression, palm print, forearm imprint for analysis. So they have nothing. That's it. They have nothing. Okay.
Pretend to be adults that they are sometimes, you know, they think a lot less than even children do when it comes to compassion, when it comes to thoughtfulness, when it comes to being a leader. You know, I did expect the president's address to the nation would have been a lot more compassionate filled. It would have been less partisan. He doesn't even know who the assassin is for him to say yes. Wing lunatic. I think it kind of denigrated his status and the status of the office he holds. But what I do know for sure is that, you know, Charlie was someone who once said, you know, guns save lives. After a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, you know, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, you know, like than to completely pretend that, you know, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so. And you know, you have people like Nancy Mace who constantly harass, you know, people that she finds inferior and wants them not to exist in this country or ever. And you know, you have people.
It's so cool how, like, relative to her popularity, Ilhan Omar definitely gets the most hatred of any Democratic politician, and the entire, you know, pro-legal immigrant, pro-racial equality, pro-feminism Democratic Party lets it happen with no support whatsoever because Ilhan Omar is pro-Palestinian. Literally, that's it. Like, everything is permissible against them. They're like, you cannot stand by her, and that's the only reason why. Same with Rashida Tlaib. They let the Republicans and Democrats both censure her for nothing. And let it out in the water. You know, they'll permit anything as long as it's against a person who is anti-Israeli. All right, I got a lot of super chats to read, okay? Ray Lover and Zone Fanfic, thank you for the $2 both. Ray Lover, Callum Morass, and Easy, thank you for the $5 and pounds all. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Tigre Hermano, thank you for the 20 pesos. And JD Straight Shot, thank you for the $2. Conrad McCollins and Ibn Warek, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Thoughts on journalist Jackson Henkel reporting on Israel being behind it? Don't let your brain melt out your ears, okay? Gabor Benedek, thank you for the 2,490 fortunas, or whatever the Hungarian currency is called. Thank you, thank you. No, I don't think right-wing pundits are going to change their rhetoric at all. Pale Magpie, thanks for the £2. And Pale Magpie and Galactic Moth, thank you for the £10 and dollars both. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I need a pub quiz pun name for Charlie Kirk for Sunday. Any ideas or suggestions welcome. I'm sure chat will have some interesting ones. D Ace A, Pale Magpie, Papa Peony, and Mortal Wombat, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Is it possible his ankle blood diagnosis thing or whatever was fake to justify any potential stroke medication and the like? Nah, we could all see that his ankles were inflated. That was definitely real. So I don't really know. You know, he's probably being afflicted with a lot right now. Calipo, exactly right, and Wafters, thank you for the 2 all. Really appreciate that. Snorcore, thank you for the $5. Yeah, to an extent. Gabador Benedek, thank you likewise. Silver Storm, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Reviewing the footage and his shirt moves in a way that shows him being hit in his body and ricocheting into the neck. I think it was set up as a lefty attack. Guys, is the world not interesting enough without you trying to look for these narratives all around you? You do yourself a disservice. Like, the conspiracy around 9/11 is that the government used it as a pretext to lie about starting wars in the Middle East. You know, the conspiracy about 9/11 is not holograms, fake planes, and bombs set beforehand. You have to understand, like, scrutiny and skepticism are good things, but if you like this is not. You have to understand when to exercise these processes. Adam Alexander with the $10. UMass Boston commuter student, recurring viewer here. Shit's crazy. I was legit about to enter campus. Trump's America, everyone. Yep. Has there been any update on that, by the way? Have they found a shooter in UMass Boston? Still alive. Thank you for the very kind $20. I noticed a number of normie centrist types are going with he was shot just because people disagree with him on Facebook. Yeah, if a person is a normie centrist at this point in time in this political environment, they're probably not going to be like, that's a low IQ signifier right there, right? Pale Magpie and Still Alive, thank you for the $2 both. Philly Conrad, Neo Miker, and Dear Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. People being very kind. They got their distraction from the Epstein files. It's not working. Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are still on about them, you know? Miss Workmeister, thank you for the $5. Late to the stream, did you see the 18,000 Epstein emails that Bloomberg got a hold of? Mentions Epstein telling Maxwell to scrub Trump's name. No, I did not see that. Probably going to have to investigate that in a future stream. Sheesh. Fun stuff, right? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to read over the donations from yesterday for a wide variety of reasons. So I think I'm just going to I'm going to read a couple of standout ones, and I'm going to have to leave it at that. Unfortunately, that's all I can do. There was never a guarantee that I would read every dono. DrakeShade35, thank you for the incredibly kind $50 dono yesterday. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, my parents have complained they can't believe anything in this extremely divided media. Are there any ways you would advise on helping them parse lies in media, or at least be able to seek reliable sources? I really do think that it comes down to it really does come down to like media analysis skills. Right now, all of mainstream media is extremely compromised. It's not about what information you get from them. It's about recognizing patterns in what they will and won't say, and like the tone they take, you know? And I really think it's, I don't know, man. It's getting more and more difficult. You certainly can't trust independent media. It's about noticing. I mean, it kind of is about noticing a little bit. It is about noticing these biases. Are we supposed to ignore the fact that an MSNBC analyst got fired for pointing out that Charlie Kirk contributed to the culture of violence he suffered from, while people like Jesse Waters are able to just freely spout vitriol and open calls for violence nonstop with no calls at all, not even an attempt to deplatform him, let alone like the network he works for ousting him? Wargame Painting, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. Appreciate you and your videos. Makes it easy for me to stay informed while I toil away. I keep meaning to donate to you and keep forgetting, so hopefully this makes up for missing a few donos. Buddy, you've never missed a few donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying your Wargame Painting. I know it takes a good long time. You know, it's I guess plenty of time to catch up. I'm flattered that I'm, you know, worthy of listening to during that sacred time. Warhammer? Yeah, maybe. It's good. Wargame Painting is very fun. Glorp Canoe, thank you for the $5. Glorp, I agree completely. All right, folks. We've been doing lots of long streams lately, but today I actually do have a bunch of stuff to do. If there's something like critically important that happens, not just an update, but critically important, I'll try to appear later tonight. Either way, I will be here tomorrow. So, you know, everyone take care, drink water, and yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.